The following program contains scenes and language of a frank and explicit nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, live now.
I don't know, Mike. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, everybody, he's a macho savage. You're listening to Mike Trash, TrashTalkingRadio.com. The best in the business. So say it to Macho King.
Wrestling fans throughout radio land, listen to Trash Talking Radio at TrashTalkingRadio.com. Every Tuesday from 7 to 10 o'clock, you hear guys like myself, the youth, Gannon, and Tomorrow. That's my story.
You can hear words to describe the Trash Talking Radio Show from 7 to whenever we get done is by using a screwdriver, cat, roast, beef. This is Lunella Sean, the other half of the Rock and Wrestling Connection. That's the trashy one and the loony one. Together forever.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ivan Koloff. I'm here to tell you about Mike Talking Trash. With the Trash 7 to 10. Tuesday nights, you got to listen in. It's the best around, the best in town. Alright, hey, this is the Animal. One half of the world famous take in the Road Warriors. Listen to them. If you know what's good for you, listen to Trash Talking Radio or else.
Everybody, you're watching Trash Talking Radio. This is Hulk Hogan. Hulk, what do you got to say about Trash Talking?
Well, I gotta say that I just bought Trash Talking Radio. You're out of the picture, dude. This is my show, and you better watch because what you gonna do when Hulk Hogan's brand new Trash Talking Radio runs wild on you?
This is the Vital Idol, and you're listening to Trash Talking Radio every Tuesday from 7 to 10 on TrashTalkingRadio.com. And remember this. When the Vital Idol tells you, it's got to be true. And when it's on the internet, it's got to be real. It's Trash Talking Radio every Tuesday from 7. To 10. I am the top of pop, the king of swing, the international rock star, way above par, the host with the most, Mr. Tuesday Night.
Orenthal James
Tuesday nights, you got to listen in. It's the best around, the best in town. Alright, hey, this is the Animal. One half of the world famous take in the Road Warriors. Listen to them. If you know what's good for you, listen to Trash Talking Radio or else.
Everybody, you're watching Trash Talking Radio. This is Hulk Hogan. Hulk, what do you got to say about Trash Talking?
Well, I gotta say that I just bought Trash Talking Radio. You're out of the picture, dude. This is my show, and you better watch because what you gonna do when Hulk Hogan's brand new Trash Talking Radio runs wild on you?
This is the Vital Idol, and you're listening to Trash Talking Radio every Tuesday from 7 to 10 on TrashTalkingRadio.com. And remember this. When the Vital Idol tells you, it's got to be true. And when it's on the internet, it's got to be real. It's Trash Talking Radio every Tuesday from 7 to 10. I am the top of pop, the king of swing, the international rock star way above par, the host with the most, Mr. Tuesday Night, the Vital Idol, Classy Mike Trash, and thank you very much.
It is Trash Talking Radio. It is Tuesday night. It is the craziest night of the week because, supposed to be. If we come up here. Oh, we're here. Hey, there's only two of us now. Ashley had a fiery crash. No, she didn't. She was listening in the chat room. And so let's see. Let's get this thing rolling. I mean, geez, the things I do to make sure the show goes on. Oh, Doug's with me as usual. Let's hear Doug talk, make sure everything's working.
Well, I with the trash talk.
Oh man, it's been crazy. It's been crazy. I'm telling you. So I can adjust your volume now. I think. Go ahead and talk. Oh wait, I didn't do that. Oh no, you're back on the other thing though. I'm not. You're not through this. You're through. I don't know how I did this. Did I do it this way? I might have done it this way. Go ahead and talk.
Well, it could be on the desktop. Watching.
Yeah. Well, the technical difficulties now is me because I'm trying to figure out. Well, then you see more than many people see. I guess I'm a little more transparent. Okay, I don't remember which channel is yours, but you're coming through, so I guess it's okay. All right, anyway. So I'm redoing the studio, and I'm redoing things, and so every week's a challenge to see how everything's going to work, or if it's going to work. So this time, we're adapting and doing things as we need to. So... All right, so I know Ashley's here, I know my sister's here, and I don't know who else is here, and it doesn't really matter, because the people that catch up with us as the show goes on, and some people aren't even in the chat room. Some people like to watch outside the chat room. I'm finding that out, that more and more people tell me they watch a show, and I say, well, why aren't you in the chat room? And it's because they don't come in the chat room. So all these people are telling me they watched the show, and I'm like, when did you watch the show? I didn't see you. Anyway, all right, let's start with, there's a dog here. I wonder what she wants. Huh. Hi. You came down right as your show started. You're really smart. You realize that if you came down before the show started, you wouldn't be able to beg for things. Where did I put your stuff? Is this what you want? I'm sure it is. There. She knows when to beg. She waited until the show started, and she waited till, what is it? It's quarter after 7 now. It took her that long. She said, "I'm not going to come in." Yeah. Hey, I never said I was the one that did the training. I'm just at her bidding. So it's kind of like a girlfriend. So. She's my baby, though. All right, well, let's get things started. Today I want to talk about the trailer. There's a new trailer out for my show. I'm actually in that trailer twice, although you blink and you miss it both times. This Sunday coming up, I have my the audition that I did for the homeless guy. I'm going to do that. I got the job, so I'm going to be doing that. And I got a I might do some music from my new band. Let you hear how I sound, and it's not polished by any extent, but it's something that people can actually hear that I don't just talk about. I actually really do play in a band, and this band is the one I want to stick with, too, because this band is good, and I've got, for the first time in my life, 2 guitarists. I couldn't find one guitarist, so this band has 2, and they're real good. They're both really good. And, well, let me see what else. We'll run into it as I go. Hopefully, I'll have audio for you the rest, because we're letting this charge while we're doing it, while we're going, and right now nothing's playing, so it'll be charging. You said that sounded okay, right?
It sounded fun.
So now we got to make sure that it plays for the. I'll have it charged for next week. But yeah, and next week, tonight after the show, I'm driving to New York again. I gave you that. Go chew on that. Go. Oh, she didn't want that. She wanted something else. I see you. If only she could talk. She could be a great guest. So anyway, I'll be in Brooklyn tonight at 4, or tomorrow morning at 4, and I'll be there until Thursday night. So I got a long couple of days coming.
Get a motel room?
The Hotel Tesla. So I don't. Yeah, they have very good accommodations. The problem is they only have. It's only a single room. They have a single room. No. But that's it is what it is. The thing is, I don't make any money. Every time I go to New York, I lose money. Last time I lost money because I got a ticket, $115, and between that and the tolls, I don't make anything. So little by little. This time I planned ahead, and I know where I'm going to park. So theoretically, I should make money this time. But it's not about making money. It's about doing the work. And the thing is, with this, I found out I can't even get vouchers for this particular job because it's not a movie. It's a miniseries. I don't get it. So I'm doing this for experience more than anything. But plus they're giving prizes away. Like, what am I going to do? I'm going to walk half mile from the garage to where we're going to be. If I win a TV, I don't see me walking a half mile back with a TV. So that's kind of stupid too, because they won't let us. Now the thing my pet peeve is this: we're going to a studio this time, not renting a place. They're not renting a building. They're going to the actual studio. Now I'm excited about that because I've never worked at an actual studio. I've worked on location, but not at a studio. So that would be kind of cool to me, but they have a lot of parking on the studio, and we're not allowed to park on the studio. I'm thinking, why? We're employees, technically employees for this time. Why can't we park on the studio? But they didn't. Well, yeah, they had 300 extras for the last one. And the last one was really good. I actually... Oh, so... Did I tell you what I did last Tuesday before the show? Did I tell you about the thing that fell on my foot?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm thinking, man, I'm going to have a hard time because I'm going to have to walk. Because the last time I walked up and down stairs for a couple hours. This time I thought, oh, man, this is going to be a pain. Because I got to the place, and it was the places that were listed as 24-hour parking weren't open at 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, last time I checked, 24 hours means around the clock. Apparently not there, because, well, it says open 24 hours. So they lied. Anyway, so I get there, and I thought, well, where am I going to park? Because I got to get in the place. Like, I'm there at 4. I think I got there a little after 4, or 4:15, 4:20, something like that. I was supposed to be in the in-house at 4:50. I did get in there at 4:45 or something like that. So I actually made it on time. But that's because while I'm looking for all the garages around and they all seem to be closed, I find a space on the road. I thought, okay. And I walked and didn't realize that you don't have parking meters anymore. Now you have this number that you punch into a code and use your app, and you can park there. I didn't know that. I was thinking as I was walking and seeing it, I thought, I wonder if I should be doing that. And then I forgot about it, or I would have done it on our way to. They take us and they put us in a holding place. And after everybody gets there, then they take us from the holding place to the building. So this time we had to walk like 10 blocks. And I'm thinking, am I going to make it? Because my foot was hurting. It wasn't real bad, but it was hurting. But I made it there, and I made it back and all that stuff. But I forgot about that I was not really parked legally. And at the end of the day, when I thought of it, I went back and saw it was raining, and I saw my wet ticket on the windshield. And so I ended up paying them I'm glad I got to work for them. It's really good to work for other people. So anyway, so I'm just happy. I'm happy that part's done. But this time, I know where I'm going to be. I know where the holding is. I know where it's all going to be on the lot, so I don't have any crazy stuff. I don't have to figure out where it's at because I've already been to the studio once. And so now it's just going to be a piece of cake, hopefully. Three. Yeah. Three more because this one doesn't qualify. So, because I questioned them. I said, is there any SAG? Because I didn't want to start out with that. I just said, I got a question to ask, and I asked her about SAG eligibility, and she said that this one doesn't qualify because it's a miniseries and it's not a movie. So it's an extended movie in my eyes because the big names, I mean, that's not like it's a TV series, but it is technically because it's Netflix. So I was thinking how much money they're spending on things because if they have 300 extras, just the extras alone, you're looking at a lot of money. Yeah, and that was just for that one, just for that day. So, okay, they're saying. Sounds also can't hear Doug. Okay, talk again so I can see if I can adjust that. Okay. What is it? Man, I always... All right, let's see. Wait a minute, why don't I have a Lenny? There it is. There's Lenny. Why isn't Lenny working? All right, let's try. I don't know if I hooked that up or not. Let me see. Oh, I did. Oh, I couldn't do that because it doesn't. Yeah, it is. It is. Okay. Let me try and see if this will work. Check 1 2. Now talk.
Check 1 2. Check
there
1
you go.
2 3 4. Shut the door. 5 6.
All right, we got you. We got you now. I just put you on her channel, so that means I can close this channel on. Okay. All right, now you should be okay. How's that?
They missed some of my best stuff.
Yeah, they did. That's good. They can listen to the replay. They can listen to the replay.
I'm tapped out now.
Oh, well, that's good. Okay. Well, why don't we get the show started, I guess, because, nothing better to do. Let's start with the new trailer for Youngest Partisan. Now I got to see if you're going to be able to hear this without feedback. Okay, let's see what happens. This is the newest trailer. And I'm in this trailer twice.
3!
Okay. Make this full screen. So this is actually one of the scenes of Youngest Partisan. Now I hope that this plays without blowing our ears out. So let's see what happens. This is an experiment.
2, 1, action!
When we decided to do The Youngest Partisan, we realized the enormous responsibility responsibility that we have. First of all, the film community has never seen the Holocaust film. And second of all, Rami was such an amazing person that whatever we put into this film had to really do justice to Rami's life. Therefore, we cut no corners and went all in. Yes, that meant renting real...
there's one of my scenes. You see me?
No.
I'm right here. And there's my cart. There's my cart of vegetables and fruits and stuff. And we actually... I am, but I sold to the Germans, so what can I do? Anyway.
German World War II tanks. Yes, that meant renting an entire...
By the way,
the youngest partisan.
By the way, the cool thing is that town is about an hour from here. And actually is a German town. It's kind of cool. Where was this? This okay, we got to here. We got to there. We got to there. We got to there. That's the director, by the way, the guy that's talking.
Real German World War II tanks. Yes, that meant renting an entire village for a week to do all the filming in Pressburg. Horses, going up north for the snow.
We were filming too desperate. They all complained that it was way too hot. So we decided we're going to bring in some cold weather over here. We're going to bring in some cold weather over here. You were complaining about the heat.
No San Diego for us.
This
is the first snow he's seen in the last 6 years.
And of course, putting together the most amazing cast and crew we ever had. First, we had a full Hollywood tier crew. Starting with Neil Seidman, our producer, and of course our cinematographer, Ian Dudley. We had the entire camera department. We had the grips, the gaffers, lighting. We had makeup, art, costume. Everybody in their department did a great job. And then, of course, we had Zalman Berger as production supervisor. We had Jakob Berger. We had Moshe Grunfeld.
Sånt som du har sett.
Oh yeah, I was there too. Hold on.
Given a funny fact. The area too.
Let's see, I was in this one too. What's that sound? Is that your house?
That's my house.
Oh, whew. I was thinking, I don't know what that is. I couldn't figure out how to turn it down.
They can see the sidewalk and the dog walk by.
Oh, okay. Now I'll show you where I am. Oh, there I am again. I missed again. Hold on. Let's see. Just a hair. Right.
Grunfeld.
There I am. Oh, there I am. Right there.
Right there.
I got my 2 seconds of screen time. I mean, the whole film I'm in like maybe 2 minutes, if I'm lucky. But I had speaking roles, so that's good. And that helps me with my SAG too, I think.
Sånt som du har sett. Man department is too. Given a funny fact. The area too. That's the video village. And then du was Nazi. كانت زي بيجي كسات بيكتوس. إذا كانت direct من زاخ ما كان أصعب بيكتوس باران.
It's really interesting when you think about this. This whole town is set up to look like World War II, and then you take a look at the parking lot, and there's a Tesla in there, and there's all these new cars, and all that stuff, and you see these Nazi flags in the town. They had to put the Nazi flags up, but still, it was just kind of funny when I thought about that.
My job is do. I'm on top of the details. That's my job.
And everybody else working together in that part of the producing department to make sure that the film comes out beautifully as it did.
Oh, I wasn't in that scene, but I was there where they were filming this little thing that they were filming. I was in the shot, or I wasn't in the shot. I was behind the camera watching them film it.
Producing really, department really to make sure that the film comes out.
I was back here but they were interviewing, or they were talking to that guy there, and I was right behind him. So it was kind of funny.
Beautifully, beautifully, beautifully as it did. Of course, when it came to casting, that is the entire film. We used Itzy T again as Knight de Louvre. We used Gavhul as one of the main partisans. But our big challenge was finding Rami. We spent about 6 months looking for a Rami until we found just the right guy, Shmuel David Stein.
Being part of this amazing project, especially portraying Rami Cohn, was a real experience. It started off by learning how to ride a horse, walking in the snow for 3 days without any soles under your feet.
Yeah, and what's the worst case? We shoot some Nazis? Let's go, guys. We gotta get a move on. And here we could pan 1 second. Let's get a move on that.
Jumping out of windows, and so on. But the most challenging part was actually putting yourself into Rami Cohn's character. Rami had a very hard life. He went through a Holocaust, he was a partisan, he didn't have his family. But Baruch Hashem, with this amazing cast and crew that we had, I think we pulled off an amazing, amazing...
Okay, I need to ask you, what is a partisan?
That is somebody who has chosen a side.
Okay.
In other words, he's actively partisan. He's not sitting in his house doing nothing. He's actually doing something for the side he's chosen.
Okay. Yeah, because I was always wondering what the youngest partisan, what it was, whether it was a religious term or whether it was just I didn't have any idea what it was, and that kind of was confusing to me, but that makes sense now. So now I can feel a little better about, because I had no idea. You would know because you're of the faith of learning other things too. You don't know just your own faith, but you know other faiths. So I thought you would be the perfect person to ask. All right, let's go on. This is about 3 more minutes, I think.
Amazing project.
I've been a part of all Boris movies, but The Youngest Partisan is definitely something special. Working again with Yaakov Berger, Yitzi T, Zalman Berger, Yaakov Pupus, Shmuel David Stein is just one of my favorite things to do. I hope you love the scenery.
I can't wait.
So now we're filming a scene over here. It's morning. They all wake up. The light's coming in from outside. In actuality, it's the middle of the night over here. So how do we do it?
The action, the emotional scenes that we've brought back from history.
The Youngest Partisan.
By the way, the current movie I'm working on is we're working on it at night, and we had the Congress that we were working on, and it was the middle of the night, and they had lights shining in the windows. It looked like it was bright the middle of the day. It was really wild in the middle of New York City. It's really cool how that stuff works.
Is a true story, and as such, we felt it's imperative to stick to the story as Rami wrote it and as Rami lived it. For example, the scene where Rami is about to meet the partisans, he discusses a bridge. We found the bridge. We traveled up north, snow-covered area. We found the bridge that would be perfect, that would match the bridge that Rami spoke about in the book. Talk about the big battle scene. Oh, the big battle scene. What an amazing, epic scene. We had reenactors, Nazi reenactors, wearing the real Nazi garb, real weaponry, and the tanks. These are real half-tracks, real tanks that we used. As the script director, we felt that it was very important that the actors, they developed the true emotion that went into the characters that Rami speaks about, whether it was the Holocaust survivors, whether it was his friends, whether it was the Nicherov, the Puparov, and so on. We had to stick to the book as Rami described it. Maybe other films, they have literary license to change it, not this story. This story was done as a dedication to Rami. We knew we had to stick to the facts. We stuck to the facts. You're going to love this film.
There you go. That's the movie I'm actually in. That's going to be released shortly. So, yeah. Hold on.
Like you made all the difference.
Yeah. Hold on a sec. I got to answer somebody that asked me a question. Anyway, but yeah, it was really it was a learning experience with that film, and I thought, wow, that's really awesome. And then this film's budget blows that budget away, so I'm moving up in the steps of entertainment. So I just think it's really cool, and it's there's a lot of stuff to learn. So.
Mike, there's a guy I listen to on the radio all the time, out of Philadelphia.
Yeah. And? You just froze. Oh, no, you're locked up. Either that or you're just cold and didn't decide to move. I don't know if you're with me or not. I guess you're gone. All right, well, I guess I got to continue without him because he's locked up. I don't know. He's probably going to call in again because he's not working. Okay, so I'll go on to the next thing, and he'll log back on. I'll bet you this is him now. Is that you? Oh, you are there. Okay, I was wondering what happened. You started talking, and you disappeared, and I thought, well, that's weird.
What did happen on my end, it was TV.
Well, I'll tell you, the freaking cable Comcast, I constantly have issues with them. So, I don't know. All right, so the next thing, since we did that, why don't we talk about what you have to talk about, because it fits in with this trailer. Not the World War II part, but today's version of this is going on, and we talked a little bit about it last week about the
reason for the war.
Yes,
the reasons.
And
well, what concerns me right now is what's going on in some college campuses.
Yes. Oh yeah. That I read about this.
Yes, they are. It started on Columbia, but now it's spreading to other campuses.
Okay.
It's causing some problems. For a couple problems. First of all, it is Palestinian partisans.
Okay.
They're anti-Israel for the most part, pro-Palestine, which makes sense. But they're also, some of them are pro-terrorist, pro-Hamas.
Oh, really? Interesting.
And the pro-Hamas crowd is scaring the Jewish students at Columbia and other schools across the nation.
Okay.
It's so bad that a rabbi, I cannot remember his name, I'm sorry, but this rabbi in New York City told the students to go home.
Oh, wow.
To go home, to vacate Columbia completely.
Wow.
And see, the problem is it's one thing to advocate for the Palestinian people. They're getting a raw deal. They're being killed, not the numbers that Hamas is putting out. Hamas has put out over 30,000.
Wow.
But that's not the number that's accurate.
What's accurate?
That's propaganda. It's probably in the couple thousands.
I mean, but I mean, that's a lot of lives. It just sucks, because this is over. I mean, it's human life. It's funny. I filled out. I filled out an application.
It's not only just adults. It's children being killed because Hamas hides in daycare centers, elementary schools, high schools, hospitals. That's where they have their headquarters set up. And so to get to them, they have human shields. Sometimes it's small children.
Oh, man.
So they get caught in the crossfire. And it's regrettable, and it is horrible.
Yeah.
And I don't blame the pro-Palestinian protesters for being mad about it. I don't blame them at all. But the point is that Hamas is the one doing it. They don't care about their own people.
Okay.
We've given Israel over $350 billion since the inception of Israel.
Wow.
It's the highest foreign aid we've given anyone by double.
That's crazy.
Much of that is humanitarian aid
Okay.
to Palestine
Okay.
coming through Israel. Hamas steals half of it to three-quarters of the humanitarian aid to feed their soldiers. And this isn't just opinion, this is documented.
Okay.
Aid societies have said this has happened.
Okay.
But there's nothing they can do about it. They have to play the game to get anything in, the Palestinian people. They have to play Hamas's game.
Okay.
So, Hamas is not a nice group of people. The other thing that's kind of sad is these kids on college campuses, they have red and gray hair. They have, they're extremely liberal. They're pro LGBTQ plus. Those people would be killed in Palestine.
Wow.
They would not be accepted in Palestine. They'd be killed. So these kids are protesting against something they really know nothing about. They know nothing about what Hamas is really like. But that's not the worst. The worst of it is outside agitators that are coming. Anarchists.
Okay.
They come to the event. They came into Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter was mostly a peaceful protest. It was one-side agitators that caused it to go violent.
Okay.
The actual protesting wouldn't have gone violent.
Okay.
They would have not done that. They would have stayed peaceful. But the agitators took it to another level.
Huh.
They're all funded. They're funded and paid for. They're professional anarchists. They're professional agitators. And they go from crisis to crisis, trying to provoke the police so they can get pictures of police brutality.
Oh, yeah.
They were hitting police this week with chairs over the head.
Wow.
And the police just have to take it. They have not been given permission by Colombia's president to do anything about the agitators. Now, they did arrest 100 of them, but they've been released on bail tickets.
Which college was this?
Columbia University.
They're pulling a bunch of the billionaires that fund that college have pulled out. They're not going to fund the college anymore.
Not going to fund the college.
Yeah, so that college is in serious trouble because of these agitators. A few people are going to end up screwing this college over because of that.
Because the president is not a nice, innocent party here, but she's beholden to George Soros and the progressive wing of the Democratic Party.
Okay.
Because she's a leftist. She is an avowed leftist. She's also beholden to her faculty. Her faculty, a good portion of them are pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas.
Okay.
And these kids are being filled with propaganda. Now, you would think on a college campus as prestigious as Columbia, they would understand nuance. Nuance is being everything's not black and white. The world is made up of gray. That's what I believe. I don't believe the world's black and white. It's made up of a lot of gray.
Right.
There are nuances to everything.
Okay.
Right? These students aren't being told the nuances. They're being told flat-out propaganda. If they were told the nuances, I don't think they'd be as violent or as see, they're singing a song called From the River to the Sea. Most commentators don't even think they know what that means. What that means is it's code for the eradication and extermination of all Jews.
Wow.
That's code.
I would have never known that either. That's
wow.
And
that's the thing. Most people don't know what it is, but it's code. Yet they're singing it. They're singing death to Jews. Now, I don't believe most of Columbia's students are doing this. I believe it's professional agitators that are doing this. And that's what Mayor Adams of New York City does.
Wow.
The cops are taking pictures of all the people that are throwing stones, all the people that are throwing chairs, all the people that are chanting death to Israel.
Right.
They're taking pictures of them. And they're trying to match them up with pictures from other cities and other events.
Wow.
So that they can get a composite of who the agitators are. And then they're going after the agitators. Later.
Okay. Hmm.
Okay. Now here's the problem. New York City is a very liberal city. San Francisco is another liberal city. A year or so ago, they blocked the Golden State Bridge for about 4 to 5 hours over something else. I don't know what they were protesting. But they have a very liberal DA. They gave them 5 hours of community service, a $4,500 fine, and no criminal record. The same thing happened in Georgia. The state attorney general charged them with domestic terrorism, and these students are facing 10 years in prison.
Wow.
Now, that may seem harsh, but for the professional agitators, I don't know if that's...
Yeah, but if you're talking about, you said burning things down, you should definitely get something for that. And I don't think that's very harsh, because if it's an intentional burning down of something, that's a serious crime, and they should get the book thrown at them.
Well, for the students, there should be a happy medium somewhere along. The students in Columbia probably shouldn't get 10 years in prison for protesting. See, they have a right to protest.
Mm-hmm.
They have every right in the world to protest.
I don't have a problem with that.
May or may not be on their side.
Right.
But they have the right to voice their opinion.
And that's what the freedom of speech is about.
Right.
So I don't have a problem.
Hitting police officers over the head with chairs.
That I have problems with.
Cross the line.
Yes. That I have a problem with. That shouldn't happen. That should never happen. That's crazy. Oh man. This world's really gone crazy. It's weird because, I'm thinking of, well, oddly enough, Day Zero is about protesters attacking Congress. And I don't know how much, I don't know, I haven't seen the movie. I've only seen the scenes that I'm in, and I haven't seen any issues from those scenes. But I think I might see him, I may see him this weekend, or this week, because they're wrapping the movie up. So if they haven't done those scenes yet, I'll probably see something in the next 2 days. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. But yeah, it scares me that there's so much, in this day and age, so much fighting going on. And I would think that at this point there would be some kind of resolution to some of this. Israel's been in conflict the whole time that they've been around. One thing or another.
It started in Babylonia.
Yeah.
This anti-Jewish hatred started in Babylon. And it was in Rome. It's because the Jews want to keep their culture. They don't want to assimilate.
Yeah.
Rome was furious at the Jewish nation because they wouldn't assimilate into the Roman culture. They wanted to keep their own god. Rome was multi-gods. They had a god for everything.
Yeah.
They had a god for planting. They had a god for harvest. They had a god for fertility. They had a god for everything.
And we see how that went.
Rome is gone, and the Jews have sustained because of whatever reason, because God has kept them. They're God's chosen people. That's my opinion. Totally just my opinion. But they wouldn't assimilate. They wanted to keep their culture. They wanted to keep their monolithic God. And it caused many problems in Israel during the Roman occupation. Many problems.
That's crazy. I don't know.
That happened in the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, they were assigned all kinds of, they were denied citizenship. They were forced to live in ghettos. That's where the term ghetto comes from, where they put the Jews. That's where the term ghetto came from. And they were denied civil liberties.
Okay.
And of course, the worst of it was 6 million Jews were exterminated in very horrible ways in Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
It was the worst.
That's crazy.
It's been going on for a long time.
It has been. Well, let's go over there and fix it.
Yeah. You tell me how, and I'll go right away.
Well, that's not going to happen because I don't know any more than you do.
Greater minds than you and I have been trying to figure out a way to.
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why it's going on so long. They're thinking too hard.
Thinking too hard.
I don't know. Oh man, I don't know. I just really would love to see a world with no war. I mean, that would be nice. It would be awesome. But
the Bible promises that one day we'll have it. For his children, we will have it.
I'll tell you when it happens. It'll happen when somebody blows the whole world up. There will be no more conflicts.
Well, that's the other option.
Sadly, but somebody is going to be stupid enough to do it. Somebody's going to find a way, and they're going to say, if I can't have it, nobody can have it. And they're going to end up destroying the world. And, or we'll be hit by a giant comet, and that'll take us all out. So,
there's many ways for the world, man. I listened to a podcast once. There were 27 ways the world can end. And all of it was gruesome.
Well, that's for another show. We'll have the apocalypse show. That's crazy. All right, well, let's move on to something else. Oops, I think
Let's lighten it up a little bit.
Yeah, let me see what I got here to do that with. Actually, I do have something to lighten it up with. Let me get over here to my notes. One of the things I have to lighten it up with is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And that's the interesting stuff. Okay, let me get rid of this. The next category is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, oddly enough. There's here's the 2024 class of the Hall of Fame. It has Cher, has Mary J. Blige, Ozzy Osbourne, A Tribe Called Quest. Dave Matthews, Foreigner, Peter Frampton, and Kool and the Gang.
I saw some of them in concert.
I'll bet you did. I remember...
Back in my drug days, I saw some of those in concert.
Well, I remember as a kid watching Sonny and Cher. And I used to watch that religiously. Sorry, not quite religiously, but pretty frequently. And I used to think...
You can use that term.
Yeah, but not religiously, because I didn't really praise them. I liked music, and music was something that fascinated me from the age of 5. So from the age of 5, I knew I was going to be singing. So I, kind of found it, of course, Cher was the hottest thing on the planet at that time.
Yes.
And they were an odd couple. If you ever watch Breaking the Band, they do a thing on Sonny and Cher. They had the weirdest relationship ever. She was underage, by the way.
Was she?
Yes, she was. And Sonny, man, he was a character. he was a character. He did all kinds of things that wasn't really kosher, if you will, if I can use that word. he was a scoundrel. I mean, he cheated on her, and she ended up cheating on him, and she wanted out of the marriage. He wouldn't let her out of the marriage because he owned everything. He was smart. He put everything in her name, or in his name, and so he owned everything. So that was a really interesting episode of that show. I watched every episode, even if I didn't like who it was.
What's it on again?
It's on Peacock. Peacock. It's called Breaking the Band, and it is really fascinating. Some of the things are, there were a lot of bands that I could care less about, but the story was awesome. the people that did the weird, and like my favorite bands were on there too. I mean, Led Zeppelin. Who knew that Jimmy Page and Robert Plant didn't get along from day one? Who knew that David Lee Roth and Eddie Van Halen didn't get along from pretty much day one? And that kind of stuff fascinates me because I've been through a lot of bands. I understand not getting along with people. I understand people not getting along with me. Well, I don't, because I think I'm a great guy and I don't think I'm that hard to get along with. But that's the whole problem, is that people like me think we're great and easy to get along with, and it turns out we're not so great and not so easy to get along with. So I think now I am. I think I'm a lot easier to get along with now, but when I look back on things, I think maybe I could have been a little better at that or this. And So
Mike, you've been in the business.
Yeah.
Artists.
Yes.
Do they have egos?
Yes. Every one of them. Now, how they take that ego and use it against you or use it, an ego is not a bad thing to have because it helps develop the product. If you didn't have an ego and you didn't believe in yourself and didn't, think that there was something there, you'd fizzle real quick. But the truth of the matter is that you need that. A lot of people, let me back that up a little bit. They don't necessarily have egos, but they have self-esteems, low self-esteems, and pretend that they're better than they are a lot of the time. Like myself, I never thought I was great. I still don't think I'm great. When I was younger, I didn't even think I was good. I just said I was good, and I figured if I said it enough, everybody would believe me. But now I think I'm better than I've ever been because of various reasons. Experience is one, but one of the biggest reasons I think is because I've changed the way I've done, the way I am mentally and physically. I think my singing is better than it's ever been, and but I can't compare myself to the greats out there because, there's a reason they made it to where they made it. And there's a reason I didn't. Part of the reason is Pennsylvania, but there are some Pennsylvania bands that did all right. Hall & Oates made it good. And the thing is, how much time you're willing to put into it. Was I willing to sacrifice not making it and being poor for the rest of my life? No, I wasn't. I wasn't willing to do that because I knew what it was like to be poor. So I wasn't going to do that. Same with acting. Had I acted if I had started acting in college, like I took that acting class that lasted me like 2 weeks or 3 days or whatever the number was, had I followed through with that and did it with, faith that I was going to be a good actor, I may have been a good actor. Or I may have been poor for the rest of my life too. So it's really, you got to really believe in yourself if you're going to take that leap of faith. And I never really had that. I never really believed that I could be that superstar. I always wanted to be the superstar, but I never really believed that until recently. Well, now I think it's late. I don't think it's going to happen now, but now I'm enjoying doing everything I do. Whereas before, I always was worried. My biggest worry to this day, if I thought about what is the biggest thing that I would worry about, it's being back living in a van.
It's a motivator.
It's a motivator to keep me smart about what I do. So I don't abandon my house and my life to go after a dream. I have to do it in steps. I have to do it in carefully planned steps because I don't want to have to worry about where my next meal's coming from. I don't want to have to worry about where am I going to sleep tonight. That's a big thing for me is that, and there's certain people that aren't afraid. They aren't afraid of doing that stuff, and I commend them. I'm glad they have a belief that they're going to be that person. Oh, I just realized you're not on the screen. Why aren't you on the screen? Now we got to figure that one out. Why did I lose
You're
you?
not on the screen.
Oh. Well, what happened here? Why is it doing that? Oh, okay. Well, that's weird. There's why. Oh, okay, I know why. All right. So all I got to do is this. I took you off the screen. Didn't try to take you off the screen. Now I should come back on. Good.
Yeah, put me over there with Cher.
I got to figure out what happened here because that should have gone away now. Okay. Okay. We got to figure this out. I know what it's doing. So now I just got to get rid of this. So that's me and Ashley. So I got to get rid of Ashley. Ashley, you're a problem today. Okay, so I got to take. She's one of the level. She's probably level 2. Well, one of us is level 2. Which one is it? Or maybe she's level 1. Maybe it's hers. Try that. Okay. All right. Let me see. I got to think how to do this. It should have disappeared because she's not up there. So that should have disappeared automatically. Let me try this like this. Still there. What the freak? All right. Okay, I need to move her. Let's see if we can get rid of her. She's there. Okay, so what I'll move you. That's what I'll do. I'll move you back to your square, then I can figure out how to get rid of her. See, when Ashley's not here, she even still causes me trouble.
Is she listening?
Probably. No, I like Ashley. She's a good girl. I got to figure out who is the one that is on 3. I thought I was the one on 3. Well, no, it's not having. Oh, that's because there it is. Okay, so that's probably what it is. So if I get rid of this one, shoot. See, I got so complicated nowadays on how to do this thing. I don't remember how to do it. Let me move her. Okay, I think I'll leave her in, but I think I'll change the way I do it. Okay, so what we'll do is let's eliminate this one. Okay, so I got to go to the things we do on the fly. The layer. That's what it is. It's a layer. So the layer is Trash Talking Radio Server, which is that one. We'll take that and turn that off, and we'll turn on number 2, which will be BCC. So we'll do this like this, put it there, and then I just move me over, and everything will be fine. Okay, so let's move me over. I gotta make me bigger. 2. I'm gonna make me bigger. I'm gonna make me bigger. There I am. Okay. And then I just put me in the right place. And you should be by yourself, I think. Looks like you're okay. All right, so we should be okay now. Now you should be back. You're back. Oh, I need to move you up now, though. Because you're a little short now.
I don't see me on the screen.
You will. You will. I got to bring you back. Move you up. Make you a little bit bigger. There you are. Okay. Then I got to move me back to wherever I'm at. I don't know where I'm at. Can't see me. I'm going to move you this way so I can move me in the screen. That's 3. I want 2. There I am. Okay. And now we can move you back to where you're supposed to be. Now, oh wow, now I'm monstrous. I didn't mean to make me that big. Oh, we're both big. Oh, okay, well, I can make us both a little bit smaller. Oops, wrong way. Slide you on over. And down. Where am I? That should be it. Okay. Still got to get you higher, though. Ugh. Move you just a little higher. See how it looks now. Oh, now I went a little too far. Ah, you should be good. And now I got to make me shrink a little bit. I'm really big on this. Anyway, this is the fun stuff with live entertainment. You don't see these on podcasts. They have their little edit. They can edit all this stuff out. We're doing it on the fly. All right, now we're okay. Oops, now I'm a little bigger. Now I'm a little too high. There we go. There we go. Now it should be good. Okay. Where are we at? Okay. So anyway, Mary J. Okay, so here's what we got. We got, says the upcoming, incoming 2024 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame includes superstar acts as Cher, Ozzy Osbourne, Mary J. Blige, A Tribe Called Quest, Dave Matthews Band, Foreigner, Peter Frampton, Kool and the Gang. Foreigner, this is their first chance to be in the Hall of Fame, and they made it on their first ballot. That doesn't usually happen. So that's kind of cool. So I'd like to see them. I like seeing them on the first ballot. Okay, share. I want to share. Share. There we go.
She's still dating somebody half her age.
Probably. But then again, she's got to be 70-ish.
70-ish, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how old, but I'm thinking she's probably, yeah, I would think she's up there. So, but yeah, I think it's pretty cool because, hey, she deserves it. She worked hard in the industry to make that career that she had. And she really, I mean, she made quite a career for herself. I mean, between movies and music and stuff like that. Hey, I'm happy for her. And Mary J. Blige, I don't know a lot about her, but I do know she's been around for a long time. So I'm sure she deserves it. Ozzy, who knows how long he's going to be around yet. So I had to do it while he's still alive. So he's got some serious issues. I mean, he had serious issues before he got sick. So now he's got more serious issues. And actually,
Did you watch his show? I love the show.
Oh, the show, when I watched it, it was disgusting. I thought to myself,
I watched that show. I shouldn't admit this as a Christian pastor, but I love that show. Ozzy is a unique individual with lots of issues. You're right.
What, the thing about it that really kind of made...
If you can understand it, which is difficult.
The funniest part is that here I'm thinking this guy, he's got a lot of money, he's got a really nice house, and tons of, he could do whatever he wanted because he got all this money. And he still has these dogs that poop in the house. And I'm thinking, man, there's something wrong there. But yeah, he had it was interesting. They did Black Sabbath and talked about Ozzy Osbourne in that movie, or in that special on Breaking the Band. That was interesting to hear the story behind all that. So there's always somebody that's the troublemaker, and that was him.
Yep.
So
that was him. That doesn't surprise
He,
me. That is a series I am going to watch.
Yeah, I mean it's got 4 seasons and a lot of bands. The best one I think was Twisted Sister, and it's because Dee Snider was the host of the show, and the band saying, well, Dee Snider was an asshole. And they'd flash to Dee Snider behind the microphone talking about the show, and he goes, I was an asshole. So he admitted it, and it was just funny listening to that. And in my time, I was too. I mean, I remember when the Mike Trash and the Barking Rats band was out. We made some noise, and we made some noise because I was an asshole, and I broke that band up because of my being one, and that band could have been the top band in this area, and because I had some talented people. I mean, I'm not beyond saying I was the weakest link in that band, because I had some really talented people in the band with me, and yeah, we could have made that band something huge because where we went, people remembered us. When we left, people remembered us, and but history tells the tale, and there's people even today, or even a couple of years ago that that asked me if I'm the same Mike Trash as the Barking Rats. And 40 years that they remembered that. 40 years ago. Yep. It was fun. It was definitely the most fun band I've ever been in because we had no rules. But it also was the reason the band broke up because we had no rules, and it was interesting. Anyway, Cher, Osbourne, Foreigner, Frampton, and Kool and the Gang are receiving honor after appearing on the ballot for the first time. So all those guys, those are people, I mean, generally, you don't ever make it on the first time. And so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bands or 5 artists in after the first time. That doesn't ever happen. And the Osbourne's second time he'll be inducted because he was in with Black Sabbath in 2006. So that's interesting. It says the prestigious event will also honor Jimmy Buffett, Dionne Warwick, Norman Whitfield, MC5, and the Musical Experience Award. Big Mama Thornton, Alexis Corner, John Mayall. They'll all receive a Musical Influence Award, and Suzanne DePass will earn the Ahmet Ertegun Award, whatever that is. Last year, the hall included Kate Bush, Missy Elliott, Willie Nelson, George Michael, Sheryl Crow, Rage Against the Machine, and the Spinners in its 2023 class. 15 acts were nominated this year. Those who didn't make it were Mariah Carey, Eric B. and Rakim, Sade, I guess that's how she says it. Sade. Jane's Addiction, Lenny Kravitz, Oasis, and Sinead O'Connor, who died last year. So those were the people that didn't make it.
What's the requirement to get in? You have to have stopped performing for 5 years?
I don't know.
Because Sade still performing.
I think it's really only you have to make a certain number of years in the business and make an impact. I don't know that there's a. I don't think you have to retire because Willie Nelson's still out there making.
He's still doing it.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's actually on our death pool too. Oh, speaking of death pool, did you decide if you want to play?
Yeah, but I didn't listen yet. Give me another week.
Oh, you got it all the time. You got the longer you wait, the less chance you have of winning. You can wait till the last week if you want. It's just funny because right now I'm.
What's the end date?
December 31st at midnight.
Okay.
So, last year or 2 years ago, I won the very last day of the year. Betty White died, and she gave me the win I needed to win for the year. That's before we had the points.
Now, rules of the game. I can't pick someone you've already picked.
Correct.
Okay, so you're going to have to send me an email.
I'll send you the list of who we got, and it's kind of it's it changed over the years. It evolved into something bigger than it was. Before you just pick people and that's it. Now it's based on age and picking. So it's 115 minus their age is how many points you get. So if you get someone that's 100, you're going to get 15 points. If you get someone that's 60, see, that works. That's why the reason I did that is everybody was picking people in their 90s. Well,
okay, can I take an active role in this?
What do you mean an active role? You going to kill somebody?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Sure.
I could win the Deadpool if I did that.
Well, you could do that. Yeah, there's no prizes.
I just got to knock off a couple people in their 30s.
All you need is one in the 30s because you're going to have 70, 70, 80, 85 points. The most points I think that anybody's gotten is probably around 50. Well, that's not true. I forget what I got last year. Well, actually, let's find out what I got last year because I don't remember what I got. But I have. Oh, so this is a van here from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and it was in New York for the Netflix shoot. And I was trying to figure out. I looked up who they were. It's called Movie Kitchens. And I thought, Movie Kitchens. Why would they hire a caterer from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, in New York? And so I looked up what they did, and they do actually catering. I thought it was really strange that they would actually hire a Harrisburg caterer to come up there and do it. So they must have made him a good deal. Anyway, I was going to talk about that too.
Maybe it's 21 around.
Yeah, I don't know. So let's see here. Let's find out where we are on the Deadpool. I'm the only one with points so far. Okay, open up. Here we go. I used to do movie reviews, and I just don't go to the theaters anymore, so because a lot of people, there are no movies anymore that are worth going to. Actually, that's not true. I just don't have time to go to the theaters anymore. All right, here's what we got. Now, last year, I won with, let's see here, 31 points for Superstar Billy Graham, 49 points for Tom Sizemore, 14 points for Tony Bennett, 9 points for Norman Lear. I'm sorry, it's 110 minus the, and then 100 points for, 100. Henry Kissinger was 100, so I got 10 points for him. So that's 70, 80, 94, 95, or 90, yeah, 94, 104, 113 points. That was a high month or a high year. Year before that, I think we only had 2, and I didn't have the point system then. I came up with the point system for last year. So, yeah. Then I think Ashley had 2. I think Trish won the year before that. She had Queen Elizabeth, Loretta Lynn, and whoever this person is. But and Ashley had Angela Lansbury and Jerry Lee Lewis, and I had nobody. I thought I would have had somebody, but most of my people went on to die this past year.
Oh my! I think I'm going to win. You know why?
Why?
Because when I went to the Adult Rehabilitation Center to do Celebrate Recovery, I wanted to do Bible study.
Okay.
So I asked the Lord, I said, do you think someday you could get me into the Bible study? Because that's what I really want to do, is the Bible study. Within a week, the Bible study person died.
Oh. Well, let's hope I don't die, because that would really suck. Would be the end of the show.
I have to pray that you die. So you don't count.
Okay.
You got to put somebody in the list.
Okay. Well, I mean, right now I'm the only one on the board right now, so we got a lot of people that you can choose from, and Dick Van Dyke is one of them. He's well, you can't choose from him because he's like 100. Jimmy Carter's like 100. Dick Cheney's up there. So, like I said, I decided that I got tired of everybody picking these real old people. So you got to pick somebody younger, because you can have all 10 of your guys die, and it'll only take one 30-year-old die, and it'll get you the win, you know. So that's why I decided to add it interesting stuff. And it's funny because people like Randy Travis, who looked like they were going to die, ended up straightening their act out, And, some of these people, you just don't know. But I have Steven Tyler on, because he went through all those drug rehabs, but now he seems to be doing okay now because he's out on tour again. These people, they just don't have any respect for the death pool. Andy Taylor, I expected to die 2 years ago because he has cancer. I didn't expect OJ to die, even though one of the reasons he actually was one I switched this year because I heard he had cancer, but he didn't die last year. Did I have him last year? I think I had him last year. No, I didn't. Oh, I didn't have him last year. Okay. I switched him out. I think I had Ric Flair on that, and I took him out and put OJ in. So, that's the rule. So the rule is if you have your 10 and you hear something that somebody's going to die or you get a suspicious feeling, you can say, I want to make a change. Now, you're the last one that can make the change when you make the request for the change. So if you went and said, I'd like to make a change, Ashley and I have a choice to make a change. So you don't tell us who you want to change. So we have a choice to make our switch first. So if say I want to put Ric Flair back on, and you say I want to make a change because you made the request, I get to go before you. And I can make a change. So I can say, I'm going to put Ric Flair in. Well, if that's not who you want it, that's fine. If that's who you want it, And that's one thing that makes it interesting because now you have to think seriously. If you make a change, is one of the other two going to figure out who that person is that you're going to change? So it makes it interesting because no one's going to make that request unless they don't think the other people know who the guy was. For me,
how many points won last year?
100. Well, it was a banner year last year. It was over 100. It was like 125 or 130 points. But it usually doesn't go that high. Usually we each lose. Like here, I didn't lose. I didn't get anything. She had 2. She had 3. And the year before, she had 1. I had 2. This is where I won because it was between her and I. I had Ed Asner, and she had Bob Dole. And Betty White came in at the last minute and died the very last day and gave me the win. But that's when I made the point change because I thought, well, that's kind of sucky because that means if you have, all old people and you have, 5 old people die and I have 2 young people die, I have no chance of winning. So now I do have a chance of winning if one young person dies, depending how young is. Like if someone dies at 15, you're gonna get a lot of points off that, but you still aren't winning because you're only getting 15, or you're getting 100 points. But as you saw in my last year, I got over 100 points on mine. So, I just kind of thought it shakes things up a little bit, and it makes it so that you can't just count on your old people winning. So, yeah.
Did you hear about what Dickie Betts? Did you hear about Dickie Betts of the Allman Brothers? Good, I can put him on.
You could put him on the list. Yeah, none of us have him, as far as I know. So it should be an easy.
He's already dead, but you don't know that.
Well, you can't use anyone that's already dead. You can't
but
use
you
them.
would know.
I would know because I'm going to check them all. I check them all as we do it. Because we want to make sure there's nobody. Because one time, it's funny you would say that. One time, Trish put on somebody who was already dead, and she didn't know. She didn't know he was already dead. And so I said, you can't put him on. She said, why not? I said, because he's already dead. And then we looked him up, and he was already dead. So we do check them because we don't want any already dead people showing up because that throws skews the whole thing off.
You can't cheat, Mike. It's no fun.
I've been told I'm no fun, so that may be true. But I like to win. So, all right, so we got that. I'll get to that list of people so that you have it. All right, next one. Okay, so we're done with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Did you ever watch The Office?
No.
Okay.
You should talk to my daughter. Maggie.
I've been watching The Office. It's a different type of comedy. I love Steve Carell, and it takes a little getting used to because of the fact that it's dry comedy, and it's.
When I watched it, I didn't find it funny.
Yeah, well, it's.
He's an acquired taste of it.
Yes, but the show is an acquired taste too because all the things that where you're looking into the camera. You know, in general, when you're acting, you don't look in the camera, and that show you see them looking in the camera all the time. And in fact, I did an audition where they said, pretend you're on The Office, and at the end, look in the camera. And I didn't know what that meant, and that's why I started watching it. But anyway, there's a reason I brought that up, and the reason is The Office sets first cast members for potential follow-up series. So they're gonna come up with a sequel to it. So it might be an interesting show. I probably it's going to be a Steve Carell thing. But a lot of people, like Ed Helms, was in that movie, was in that series, and the guy that did the Quiet ones, he did Quiet. I forget the name of the movie, but it was a horror movie. He was in that too before they both. Huh?
The guy that played in the Tom Clancy.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. John. Yeah, that's the guy. He's the guy that also directed that movie, The Quiet something. Quiet. Oh wow, I can't think of his name. But anyway, he made it pretty big in that show, despite being in that show or whatever. And like I said, Steve Carell, was also actually already big by then. But yeah, a lot of people springboarded off of that show to do some pretty cool things. So this new show is going to have Steve Carell. I don't know who else is going to be in it because I don't think they know who's going to be in it yet. But they're casting for it now, and I wonder. And it was funny because it was Scranton, Pennsylvania that the paper company was out of, and I thought that was pretty funny. Sources tell The Hollywood Reporter that the new take on the beloved Steve Carell comedy has cast the first two members of what will be the ensemble comedy. Sabrina Impactor from White Lotus and Domhnall Gleeson from Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker becoming the first two cast members for the potential series. So we'll see. They're going to have the same producer. There's reps for Universal Television, which is producing an uptake from the creators Greg Daniels and Mike Coleman. So, yeah, I'm anxious to see what happens. I'm getting near the end of that series, and finally we'll wrap it up. But I put it on the background when I'm writing the show, because you don't have to pay a lot of attention to it. There's also a new Planet of the Apes coming out. And it looks interesting. I like the last... did you see the modern Planet of the Apes?
I did not see the modern. I saw all the old series.
Well, the new ones will blow you away because the special effects that they can do on these apes is beyond anything that I've ever even thought it would be. I thought as a kid when we saw the Planet of the Apes, I thought, wow, that's really cool how they did that. This blows that away. I mean, the animation or the, I don't know if you wouldn't call it animation, cinematography it is, I don't know, whatever it is, but the
CGI.
The CGI, yeah, probably. It blows away anything I've ever seen. It looks really, really good. So,
is this a sequel? Is this a remake?
It's a sequel. It's a sequel. So you don't necessarily have to have seen the original. But it's like I said, it looks really good. It's going to open. It's opening next month. So in about 3 weeks, I think it'll open. So it'll be interesting to see. Like there, you can see kind of what they. Now it's dark, so you can't see them. There you go. There's the apes. They're a lot more man-like than ape-like. And the way they talk and everything, it just looks really, really good. I like that they're using current buildings and stuff. It's not like all the buildings have fallen. Like when the original, when you find a Statue of Liberty like up in sand and stuff, you realize that where they're at then. But this one is using current structures and stuff. It says as if LA's famed Venice Beach scene wasn't wild enough. Now the apes go patrolling on the sand on horseback. And I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I think it's pretty cool. The pictures look pretty neat too. And they aren't like the apes that are hunched over. These are apes that are in good shape. So I guess they don't like clothes. But the official trailer. I don't know if I want to play it or not. I'll get in trouble probably from. I don't care.
Are you familiar with the concept of evolution?
That was funny. They're using Curious George. Good to see that.
Yeah.
That was funny.
In their time, humans were capable of many great things. They could fly like eagles fly. They could speak across oceans. But now, it is our time. And it is my kingdom.
Looked like they saw the Ark. I don't know. I wish the speaker would be consistent. Oh, now we're going to feed back. That's real good. I don't want you to feed back. I want you to act right.
We will learn. Apes will learn. I will learn. And I will conquer.
It's interesting to me because they have taken this to a whole other level. They've continued the story, and I wish this thing would stop acting weird. They continued the story, and they haven't had to reinvent the story each time. When they did the first one, when they did the first one of the last couple years, I think the first one that they did was around 2016 or somewhere around there. They started the story over then, but they seem to be progressing the story, and the animation and everything gets so much better than it was. So I think there's a lot of things to look forward to with that whole thing.
Who has the first modern Netflix, HBO?
That's a good question. I don't know. I saw it in the theater, so that's back when I was seeing everything in the theater. But it looks like it's going to be interesting. This is going to be out in the theater, so I don't know. I don't know about the ones prior to this. I'm sure they're going to release. Looks like Paramount. No, 20th Century Fox. It may end up. I don't know. I'm going to have to check that out because I'm sure that.
Who handles 20th Century Fox's?
That's one I'm going to have to check because I'd like to know because I'd like to watch them again because I really enjoyed them. It was just interesting how they were able to continue the franchise and make it interesting. You know, it wasn't just all about the conflict between them, but apparently these apes have not seen humans talk yet. But each time we get to them, we run into them discovering that. So you got to stop that. You got to work right instead of whatever doing. Because when you work, you sound really good. Oh, there's a reason that they probably don't sell them anymore. I opened that box for the first time, and I've had that for probably 10 years. So just it's sitting around. But I think since you said that when it was working, you could actually hear everything, that's going to be the way we're going to do this. Just need to get something. You'd think being a musician, I'd have something right here that I could use. But anyway, I guess since we're at almost 9 o'clock, I can't really spend too much time doing that. But yeah, I think it'll be an interesting movie. Oh, now you're going to do something weird. Well, for a second. Wonder if that can't be plugged into there. Ooh, maybe that's the problem. Wonder that could be the problem because it's USB. Huh, interesting. Okay.
Hey, Mike, it's in Disney Plus, Amazon Prime, and Netflix.
Oh,
I think
okay.
They have different movies.
Okay. See, that would be good to get a good taste of what the other ones were like. And like I said, they were so much better than, because of the technology, so much better than some of the ones that did come out. So, all right, this is going to be annoying as anything because it's just feeding back. Plugged into this one though, so this shouldn't. What would happen if I plugged it into this one? Maybe I could plug it into here. Do I have a spot? Let's see. Plug it into here. Oh, that is annoying as anything. I'm running out of. I've got this USB adapter on the. Okay. Not doing that noise anymore. Now let's see if we can. I guess you can't hear it anyway. Okay. Anyway, you got another topic you could cover for a second? I'm going to grab.
Well, on the war in Israel, I do have a slight comment. So, on the 13th of April, Iran launched over 300 drones and cruise missiles towards Israel. Israel shot down 99%. What I wanted to talk about was defense. That thing cost over $1 billion just to defend 300 missiles, drones coming towards Israel. They spent over $1 billion. It's a country of about 6 to 8 million people. They don't have lots of billions of dollars to spend on defense because they used their sophisticated defenses, which was the Iron Dome, which is for short range, and that's a 90% success rate. It used David Sling, which is medium range. It's used to take down Hezbollah rockets in Lebanon. And although Hezbollah wasn't involved this time, and the Arrow system, which is a long-range missiles, it cost over $1 billion. If Iran would continue those attacks, it would bankrupt Israel. Wow. They couldn't do it without that latest giving of money of $14 billion in what Congress approved this week for Israel from the United States taxpayer. So, $1 billion just to defend themselves.
Wow.
Against one attack by Iran.
That's crazy. $1 billion can't get you what it used to get you, but
no, I guess not.
But still, that's oh man.
But one attack, $1 billion.
And where'd the money come from?
Well, it came from Israel, but we've given over $300 million.
Oh,
over the years. We're giving them $14 billion more. Let me verify.
That's a lot of money. I mean,
yeah, it's 14.
That's insane. You know, that's a lot of money. $300 billion over the years?
Yes. We're giving, we're giving to Israel, $14 billion. Hey, we're giving Ukraine $61 billion. And, a lot of money. It's the total is $95 billion. We don't have $95 billion.
Well, I was trying to think, because we owe everybody money. Where are we coming up with this money? How are we giving them this money?
China is buying our bonds. We owe China.
Jeez. That's insane. You didn't get to hear that trailer at all, right?
All right, I did not get to hear the trailer. You can play it again.
Well, the problem is I thought I had another speaker down here, and I don't have one. But I have one, but it's way over there.
We can survive. You're going to get this, Mike. I have full faith and confidence
that
you're going to pull this off.
Well, it's going to happen, but it'll happen after I stop doing these runs to New York, too. Because, you know, what happens is I come back from New York, and I'm like, it's like jet lag. I just can't. Right. I can't do anything. It's like I fall asleep during the day and stuff like that because I'm just too. Well, what happens is I don't sleep while I'm up there. Last time it was 36 hours between driving up there. Between the day before, because I was finishing the show, writing the show and stuff, and then doing the show, and then being there for 12 or 14 hours that I was there for acting, and then to drive back, it turned out to be like 36 hours. So this time it's going to be longer. So I got to find some time to sleep. I got to get myself. I get so wrapped up in this stuff that I can't sleep. I'm wired. So I just gotta figure another way to do this, because I'm gonna kill myself if I do this. If it weren't for my self-driving car, I wouldn't have made it home. And that doesn't make me feel good, because I gotta do this on a smarter way. So I may end up renting a place while I'm up there this time, because I just gotta sleep. But again, if I can't sleep, even if I rent a place, if I'm so wired, I can't calm myself down. So I gotta think it through, though, because I don't want to be that tired. So, all right, next thing. Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch says it's being restored for a biopic. I'm just thinking, I don't really know what he did and what he didn't do. I don't know what illegal things he did. If he was a pedophile, I don't know that. I don't know any of those things. I believe he was molested as a child. I believe that there were definitely some mental issues there. But I don't know how much I believe as far as him being beyond that. So,
you know that most child molesters were molested as children.
Yes, and that's why I believe he.
That doesn't make him a child molester. I'm just saying most child molesters.
Yes, and I feel for him in some ways, because the guy was never responsible with his money. This guy had so much money, but when he died, he was so far in debt. And, you try to fathom how you could make $200 million for a tour and still not be above water, How could people do that? Or the billions of dollars his catalog was worth. But yet he died.
He sold it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they sold it when he died. When he died, they sold it. But he had that. Yeah, and he still ended up not making. They ended up. He ended up being not in debt when he died, or after he died, because of the catalog. But it's just such a shame that he didn't have anybody. He didn't trust anybody, maybe to help him with his money, or whatever it was that he was doing wrong. He was spending money like crazy because he was a kid. He was basically a 50-year-old kid.
Baseball and football and basketball players, many of them make big money.
Yep. And wrestlers.
There's a select few that are broke.
Yep.
Flat broke.
And with professional wrestling, a lot of those guys made a ton of money, and the majority of those guys are broke, and that's why they kill themselves. I know a bunch of them. Bam Bam Bigelow, he killed himself. The guy called Test killed himself. A lot of these guys killed themselves because once it was over, they didn't have anything, and they didn't see any reason to live. And it was a shame because a lot of these guys I knew, and they all just, one killed themselves, then another one killed because of this guy. He killed himself, and it just they couldn't see anything beyond, like a baseball player. What's he going to do after he quits baseball? His only thing he ever knew was baseball, is football. Whatever it was. My friend Tina is her husband had CTE. He played football. He tried to kill her. And he wasn't in his right mind. And it's like, then there's that thing. He had money and he put it in Bitcoin, and she can't find it. You don't know where the money is. But he killed her. He killed himself, and he tried to kill her. It was just the mental thing that destroyed him before the physical thing. So it just I'm really thankful that I wasn't in that kind of thing. So the issues I had were, I had a stroke in 2012 because of a brain bleed, which was probably caused from a chair. And I never thought I was going to hit the chair, but the chair was there, and the chair was on the ground. I took a bump backwards in the chair. I just happened to be at a chair. There was a chair right behind me, and I didn't see it. And when I hit the chair, it knocked me for the loop, And I didn't even realize that it was an issue till a little bit later. And that really opened my eyes to the business. And shortly after that, actually before that, was when the one wrestler killed his family and his wife and his son and all that stuff, and then killed himself, Chris Benoit. That was a really sad thing because he wasn't of sound mind, and that was my first notice of what CTE was what he went through, and everybody wanted to condemn him because of CTE, but he didn't know what he was doing. He went through CTE, and nobody knew what CTE was. They talked about it on some of these football things, and football and NFL refused to acknowledge it until, the past.
Lawsuits.
Yeah. So now at least they acknowledge it, and now my friend is putting together a CTE clinic. She's building one from scratch, and she's got a lot of stuff going on, but this is going to be the first CTE clinic in that area, and hopefully will help. And NFL's behind it, by the way. They're actually behind it now. So it's good to see that is being taken seriously. It was never taken seriously forever. And a lot of people have suffered from it. In fact, there was a friend of mine died in 2016 from CTE. He killed himself and his wife, and their kids were upstairs. It just was really horrible, and that really opened my mind to CTE because it happened to someone I knew and someone that actually did a lot for me in helping me get work and stuff like that. And yeah, it's real. The struggle's real. So anyway, so with talking about Neverland Ranch, I mean, we'll never know where all that came from, but we'll never know why he never grew up, why he was always a child. And even as an adult, he never really had responsibility, because he always had people to take care of that stuff. But I don't think they took care of it very well. I think they sucked the money out of him and really didn't take care of him, which was, that's a shame.
He also had daddy issues.
Yes. Well, we know the story of that. That's where Daddy was really abusive to his kids, to all of his kids.
To all of them.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's strange how the only one that broke out of that group was him. I mean, the rest of the band, Jermaine or whatever, tried to, but no one else really made it out of that. So the rest of them, I don't know. I don't know if they lived off.
Well, he made the Jackson 5.
Yes. Yeah. And actually, the Jackson 5 was on that Breaking the Band. So that's funny how those everyone I've talked about has been on there. But yeah, it's a shame because who knows if he had proper guidance. He was a giving person. Who knows? He may have been a really cool guy had that been the case. Had he had help. Had he had psychological help or whatever. So, yeah, we'll never know. This Neverland Ranch, though, man, I can't even imagine this place. Yeah, it's called Inside Neverland. The Michael Jackson biopic has his nephew, Jafar Jackson, playing the King of Pop. And since the Jackson estate's behind the film, it will feature loads of Michael's hits. First look at the trailer was unveiled. It's a Lionsgate Cinema. I would love to see some insight as to what he was really like as a person. And I think he was pretty genuine. What we saw was probably what we would get. Says here, they sold the ranch to a Jackson family friend. He purchased it for $22 million. That's just crazy. You realize he died at 50. He died before my brother, and I remember my brother talking about that, and I just thought that was so weird to think that he, didn't die of an overdose of normal drugs. it was propanol or whatever it was that made him sleep. And I was thinking, wow, most people die of like meth or cocaine or stuff like that, but I don't think he did any of that stuff. But I guess we'll never know that, or maybe we will. Maybe we'll find out from this biopic. So,
is it on a streaming service or in the theaters or
TV? That's probably gonna be. It doesn't really say, though. It doesn't say. I don't know.
When's it coming out again?
It just says, as you can see from the aerial shot, the film company behind the biopic has restored the signature features from when Jackson owned the 2,700-acre ranch near Santa Barbara. The Ferris wheel, merry-go-round, and circus tent all got colorful makeovers. It says here, everything's buzzing. Filming was in full swing Friday with camera crews set up. And Michael stopped living at the Neverland Ranch after 2003 when the sheriff's deputies executed a search warrant related to a child molestation case. Although he never returned, the estate was still his estate still co-owned the ranch until 2020. That's when Ron Burkle, a Jackson family friend, purchased it for $22 million. I mean, he had assets. apparently, so he just didn't have any cash. He wasn't very fluid. It says here fans will have to wait until 2025 until the movie hits the theaters. There you go.
There you go, movies in the theater.
Yeah. Unless,
so in other words, they're in production.
Yeah. They should have picked me for that. I could be Michael Jackson. Woo!
Yeah.
Woo!
Well, not to be smart, but Jackson he did have a very light skin complexion.
Towards the end, yes. He didn't start with that. And
after bleaching.
And after his nose got changed. Supposedly his nose was just, he destroyed it and they had to make a prosthetic nose. So I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's, rumor has it. All right. Rebel Wilson, do you know who Rebel Wilson is? We talked about her, I think we talked about her last week or the week before, and she talked about losing weight using yeah. But she talks about Rebel Wilson claims a royal family member once invited her to a drug-fueled orgy. And I always liked her.
Does she say I follow the royal family? Did she say who did it or just?
Rebel Wilson claims in her new memoir, Rebel Rising, that a member of the British royal family once invited her to a drug-fueled orgy in Southern California. The actress, 44, does not name the royal, but she claims that the individual is male and possibly 15th or 20th in line for the British throne. So that could be any number of people, I'm sure.
Very minor.
Yeah, pretty minor. But, I always thought she was cool. I liked her when she was heavy. I always thought I thought the thing that attracted me to her was she was funny. And I thought she was cute when she was heavier too, but I thought it would be awesome to have a girl that was funny. Because a lot of women think they're funny, but really aren't. I thought she'd be really, really cool.
Was that a before or after pick?
Yeah. See if it comes up again here. See if we have it in here. That's the after. Oh, that's the after too. Oh wow, she really did slim down. That's a before.
Wow, she lost weight.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But I always.
Do you know the trouble with those Ozempic?
What's that?
Once you start taking it, you gain it all back. I'm on Ozempic.
Have you lost weight?
20 pounds, that's all. I plateaued.
A lot of people have done 70. A lot of people have lost 70, 80 pounds.
Yes. But it has helped my diabetes, so
yeah.
I'm not going off.
I actually couldn't.
I'm more stable
on
Ozempic than I was on other insulin.
I lost my weight the old-fashioned way. I stopped eating.
Stopped eating.
I mean, no, I shouldn't say the old-fashioned way, but actually it's a new-fashioned way. It's by intermittent fasting. And I didn't do it on purpose. I just started, after Ken died, I just lost
your appetite.
Well, I didn't lose my appetite, but I did things to keep me busy to stop thinking about it. So I started acting and started doing research and stuff. And I found that I was eating at 11, 12, something like that in the afternoon. And then I'd eat till 8, maybe 7 p.m. And I didn't even know I was doing that. I just did it. I was so busy with what I was doing, trying to keep my mind off of him dying. And when it was all said and done, I started losing just a little at a time. And I did it slowly. I was losing, 5 pounds a month, maybe 10 at the most. And I go back to the doctor because I go to the doctor every quarter. And I'd see my weight going down. I thought, whatever, And then as I started doing this stuff, I started, my clothes weren't fitting anymore. And I thought, well, how long is this going to last? And I'd be keeping my clothes because I'd be thinking I'm going to go back up. And I've never got back up. So now I keep floating between 229 and I've actually, whenever I go to these stupid things, I gain weight because I'm not on the intermittent fasting. So I
You're
keep,
on somebody else's schedule.
yeah, and it's horrible food too. So I don't even think I'm eating like that, but it's horrible food. And I come home and I'll go and I'll be like 240. I'm like, where'd that come from? But then a couple days later, I'm back down to my normal. So, I'm not doing anything special. I'm just really just eating a normal, and I'm actually not like a lot of people will eat intermittent and eat as much as they can or as much as they want during that time frame. I'm not doing that. I'm to the point where I eat normal portions. For the first time in my life, I know what a normal portion is. It's kind of weird, but hey, I'll take that.
Unfortunately, being a diabetic, I can't do that.
Why? Oh, because you got to worry about.
I got to worry about my blood sugar fluctuating.
Yeah.
So if I go too long, it dips. If I eat, so I have to eat small meals a couple times a day.
Yeah. Well, I'm very happy with my weight loss, and I hope to never go back. I for the first time in my life, I feel.
Well, knowing you
in power
from when I did know you to now, you look healthier and happier.
I am happier. I've got a girl that cares a lot about me, and I love her. I got everything I need. Everything I need is here. It's not everything I want. It's everything I need. And I don't really want anything. I mean, I'd like to get my TV shows produced. I want to sing. I'm able to do that now.
And you want to act.
Yeah, well, I want to act because I want to make my TV shows. And the 3 TV shows that I've thought of are unique enough that they should all sell. And, once I can make that, I don't even know if there's anything else I want. I'm happy with my life. And even if I don't get that stuff, I'm okay. My life is good. I'm really, really happy. And
the Apostle Paul said contentment should be one major goal of a Christian. Being content wherever God has put you.
I'm very content.
I wasn't always content.
I've never been.
I am now.
I've never been until the past couple of years.
Same with
I look at things and even I have a lot of stuff, and I'm little by little getting rid of it. I don't need it. I got so much stuff that I've accumulated over the years because I thought I needed it. Because I was so poor, I never had it before. So now I got everything. I don't need it. I don't need that stuff. And little by little, with Christine's help, we're moving the stuff out. And I want to become a minimalist now. I want to have less stuff. I don't need all this stuff. And it's funny because I sit and she'll give me this stuff and she'll go through this. And I'll be like, I don't want to get rid of that. That's mine. Why do you always got to get rid of my stuff? Why don't you get rid of your stuff? She looks at me and she just shakes her head and she goes, and then she goes away and I go through it and I throw most of it away or I donate it or whatever it is. It's like I keep thinking I gotta have everything, and then I sit down and I think, why? I haven't touched this stuff forever. Why do I need this? And slowly but surely, I'm coming around to realizing I don't need it. I don't need this stuff. And it's weird. It's a weird thought pattern because all my life I didn't have it, so I want it to have it. I gotta have it. I don't really need it. It's weird. Weird thing. It's like this dog. I don't have to have it. I want it. I want it. I love this dog though. She's one of my sources of happiness. And it's just things that I never realized when I was younger. I just said, why can't I have it? Why can everybody else have it but me? Well, I got it, and that didn't make me happy. I've learned a lot of stuff at my age, and if I only had learned it when I was younger, but at least I did.
See, my ministry doesn't pay well. And I was always envious of these pastors making 6 figures, 5 figures. I was always envious of them. Until I learned how stupid that is. because I love my ministry and it made me very happy. And, now I am not envious because those pastors couldn't do what I did and I couldn't do what they did. So we were in the right place.
Yeah.
I have enough to live. I have enough to live. I have enough to survive. I'm happy. I'm content.
Yeah, and for me, it's a situation where I have enough money for 30 years, apparently, according to my people, my finance people. I never feel that. I feel like I'm still poor. And so I try not to overindulge myself. I mean, yeah, I drive a Tesla. Yeah, I drive a Model X. First car I ever bought. First car I ever bought brand new. But that's really the only indulgence I have, I think. I don't go out and buy. I could buy all kinds of stuff. I always think of myself as the guy that lived in a van, and I don't want to ever live in a van again. But if I had to, I could, but I don't want to. And so I'm a little careful as to where I'm investing my money, where I'm putting my money, and I probably don't have to be that crazy about it, but I'm glad I am, because you never know when you could just take that turn and be the other side, because I've been on the other side, and I don't want to go back to that other side. And but I could live, I could survive, because I'm a survivor. And when I lost my job, or when I retired, because I really retired but I was going to lose my job, and I knew the writing was on the wall. They were gunning for me, and there was no way I was going to turn that around, because they were getting rid of all the old people, and I was one of the only ones left. I was one of two left, because they got rid of all the other ones before me. And I saw the writing. I knew what was going on. And when they started making up things and started writing up things that weren't real, and they weren't willing to take them back after I proved to them that they weren't real, I knew I was gone. They were going to get rid of me. And when I checked with the finance guy and he said I was going to be okay, I said, "Are you sure? Are you 100% sure?" And he said, "Yeah." And I, even after I retired, I was scared, because that never having to get up to work again. Wow. I always dreamt of that. Always dreamt that I'd be able to live without having to do anything for the man. But I never thought it was real. And all my friends, nobody's doing that. I was just talking to a friend of mine who thinks he's going to be working until he's 70. I'm thinking, wow, I retired at 57. I never thought
I retired at 62.
Yeah, I mean, who'd have thought? Even at 62 but the thing is, when I always thought about what I wanted to retire at, because, when I was in my 40s, somebody had retired who I was working with forever. I mean, I worked with him for probably 15 years or so. He retired, and 3 years after he retired, he died. I thought, ooh, that sucks. What if I had all this money and I died, and then I wouldn't get to enjoy any of the money? Well, guess what? I get to enjoy the money. So, it's fun. It's just, but, you think you spend 40 years, 50 years working so you can retire for 5 years, 10 years, maybe? That doesn't sound like a fair trade. But you know what? I'll tell you, it's a good trade, though. I'm happy where I'm at, and I'm happy that this is. I mean, my brother died at 50 or 52, and he didn't have anything. He had nothing. My dad had nothing. My mom had nothing. I think I won this game.
Yeah. The other thing, Mike, about retirement is a lot of my peers are retiring now, and I tell them, well, retirement is all it's cracked up to be if you have things to keep you busy,
yes,
if you have hobbies. If for ministry people, you got to get involved in some type of ministry.
Right.
You got to do something.
Yeah.
As long as you're occupied most of the week, you've got something to do. Retirement. But these guys retire and they got nothing to do. They sit around and read, or they might play golf. And
That's why I
They
like.
die young.
That's why I like this band I'm in too, because everybody's my age, and a couple times the guys said, "Well, this is our retirement package." I know they want to play then, you know.
Yes, they're motivated.
And they like what they're doing. They like. They're not all retired. I think there's 2 of them not retired, and 2 of them that are retired, and then me. So I think it's really awesome that they have that drive that they want to play, and now there's not really a whole lot holding us back. Is that we're all going to be playing, and if my music takes off and we get to do a lot of good stuff, they want to play in the nice clubs. They don't want to play in just the hole in the wall places. They want to play the really nice clubs, which I'm all for. And I'm not going to make the same mistakes I made last time. I'm going to make sure that I do it all professionally and everything's good, and that's what makes me happy, because music is really what I wanted ever since I was 5. So now I get to do it, and like I said, if I get the if I get the TV shows going too, the one is all about the music. So that's the one I want to push more than any of them, because that's the one that's most personal to me. So we'll see how it works.
See, for me, I enjoy sharing the gospel, sharing Christ, sharing God, sharing the Bible with people who don't know anything about it. And I get to do that. I get to do it for free, which means I have no responsibilities. I just go in, I do my thing, I go out, and I let other people worry about who to kick out, who to let in, who to discipline, who not to discipline.
See?
I let them worry about it all.
And that's the way it is for me too, because I don't have to go to, like, when I'm acting. Okay, I'm not making any money going to New York, but I'm learning, and it's experiences, and I leave there with the knowledge that I did it. With music, Ken and I never really made any money at it. We did it because we loved it. We did it for the art. Same with the writing of the stuff. You know, I don't care if I make money at it. The art is all that matters to me. And so when I go and do all this acting that I get paid for it here and there, that's great. I love the fact that I got something out of it. I don't care if I get paid for it. I care that it's art, that I did a good job, and that people come up to me and say, "Wow, you're a pretty good actor," you know. And the fact that they're telling me that with my experience, I have very, very little acting experience other than with the wrestling and some stuff that I've done through the VIP company, where I've gotten acting lessons from some people, but not really to the extent that you would expect. But because wrestling is like acting anyway, I learned a lot of the stuff that they taught in the acting classes in wrestling, the being genuine, the being real with the people. To make people believe it, you've got to believe it yourself, and you've got to feel it. And that kind of stuff is stuff that takes people years and years. It took me a couple years to find my character. The classy Mike Trash was really stupid in the beginning, because it wasn't. I kept trying to figure out, who am I? What am I going to do? What is my motivation for making people love or hate me? What is the motivation? And like a lot of people will go in the ring and do all these crazy moves. And people say, ooh, ah, but they don't care when they come in. They don't care when they leave. They just love the ooh, ah in the ring. But if you can tell a story, that's what it's all about. It's not about wrestling. It's not the moves. Nobody cares about the moves when it comes right down to it. They care about the story. The story that I would go in and cheat for somebody. But why did I cheat for them? Because this is this and this is that. If there's a belt, who cares about the belt? Well, you got to make them care about the belt. The Trash Talking Radio belt's the most important belt on the independent scene. It's been in 16 states. No other belt has done that on the independent scene. And that's a true story. But who cares? It's a piece of metal. Who cares? You know, you got to make them care. So the things I've learned from wrestling can apply to acting, because it really is acting. to an nth degree because you actually are physically acting a lot of times. But I didn't think it really mattered. But the more I got into acting, the more, like when the guy was talking about my resume, he was saying, well, tell me what you do. And I told him, and I said, I did a little wrestling too. He said, what? Wrestling? Why isn't that covered in here? I said, well, it's wrestling. It's not acting. And he said, well, it should be right there. So the opening line to my reps, to trying to find a rep, is that when I was in professional wrestling, who would have thought I would have led for that? But that's what they want me to lead with, He said because they're going to ask you questions just from that line. So whatever it is, but I'm doing something right. And that's the thing that's cool about being retired is I don't have a pressure. I don't have to worry about I got to make X amount of dollars every month. I can just do it because I want to do it and enjoy it, enjoy the ride. Because I feel like I've spent my years and years in the office making it so I can do this. So much like you did. I mean, you spent your years behind the pulpit or whatever they call it, so that you can go out and help other people, and that's awesome. And I help people too. I help people learn about whatever I'm acting in, or learn about acting. I help other actors and actresses. I help motivate them too. So, and I also
for me, it's all the people that I helped over the years in social services.
And a lot of this is because I tried when I was younger to be something I wasn't, and now I can help people with what I do know. So whether it be computers or acting or life, I try to do what I can.
Like, I have some tapes of when I was young preaching.
Yeah.
I won't listen to them because I'm scared I'm going to embarrass myself. Because when you're young in ministry, you don't know much.
I totally get that. That's like listening to old audio tapes of me singing. But I've listened to them. Actually, strangely enough, people have uncovered some of the stuff that from the Barking Rats and Apathy that I was in, and they sent them to me, and I'm like, I really want to listen to this. I did listen to them, and I said, that's a lot better than I remember it. Because I was really scared, because some of that stuff I was thinking, I don't know, because the stuff I remember is really bad. So when I hear the good stuff, I'm like, I can handle that. That was okay. That was good. So it's good when you actually feel that you didn't do as bad as you thought you did, and when it actually sounded like the song it was supposed to sound like. But it's funny because with acting, I've learned. So with wrestling, that helped me with my music because it made me be authentic. Understood the authenticity because that's what they taught in acting. But I just learned it automatically in wrestling, but I didn't understand why I was doing okay. Now, with my acting, I'm singing better because now I'm not just singing a song. I'm feeling the song. So it's really a different world. I'm learning from other areas and bringing it all into one. So it all happens for a reason, I guess, but who would have thought? So, I'm just happy that a lot of things in my life are going the right way. And actually, I'm very happy that I get to talk to you. So,
well, that's cool, Mike, because I feel the same way.
I remember how much you meant to me when I was younger.
I like to talk to me, too.
Yeah, you should. You should. But you never listen to you. That's the problem.
These long conversations I have doesn't help.
Yeah, well, that could be, yeah. And falling asleep on the phone. So,
yes.
That's a whole...
I've done that once or twice, too.
Yeah, back in the old days. And it's funny because I was like really not sure if you were just appeasing me, or if you actually like talking to me back then. So, okay, let's do another story. Jeff Bezos, there's a rumor going around that Jeff Bezos was buying Howard Stern's old house for $300 million.
$300
million, yes. Because Howard Stern owns a piece of property in Florida and Palm Beach, and Jeff Bezos is looking for a Palm Beach area. So
yes, he wants to avoid state tax.
Yeah, and that's something I thought of too. I didn't realize that if I moved to Florida, my retirement wouldn't be taxed.
That's right.
That's a lot of money to lose to give to taxes. So that's what one of the things that actually caught my interest is, oh, really? I could save a lot of money on taxes.
Did you know that ministers don't pay taxes on their retirement?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, our pension is not taxable.
That's interesting. Huh. Well, I do pay taxes, but I don't pay state taxes for the most part, and I don't pay local taxes, but I do have to pay federal taxes. But most of the stuff is because I didn't make any money. So this year I'm going to have to pay probably some. Well, it's already been taken out of my checks, but because I am making money a little bit. Actually, it's funny because the first year of my acting, I made $250. I only did one job. That was pretty good for a music video. Second year, I didn't make any. I don't think I made anything. Third year, I made $100 for being with Pawn Stars, and I didn't make the cut. They still paid me, and I thought, okay. Then last year I made $450. So that was pretty good. I was going real good. This year, I've already made beyond that, and I'm so who knows? If we keep going on, we could make a couple billion by the time I die. But it's not about the money. It really isn't about the money.
If you make a couple billion, I'd like to be in your will.
You think you're going to live longer than me?
No, I do not. I'd like to be in your will.
Am I in your will?
I'm going to put you on my list.
Okay. And am I getting anything out of you?
No.
Oh, that's funny.
You don't want to live on. You could live on a pastor's pension.
Well, you
he has to work.
And you have kids. Yeah, I see you cheated. You got kids. Anyway, the deal is that the rumor is that Jeff Bezos bought this $300 million place. So here's what they said. The best rumor making the rounds in Palm Beach, Florida these days is outside of Mar-a-Lago. Is that Jeff Bezos tried to buy Howard Stern's home for a cool $300 million. Insiders around the ritzy enclave that have been buzzing around the Amazon billionaire is snapping up the shock jock's property. One fashionable area resident breathlessly told Page 6, the big rumor down here is that Bezos bought Howard Stern's Palm Beach house for $300 million. Panning the rumors, Palm Beach Magazine, Palmer, posted a blind item on an Instagram under the words, rumor has it that Bezos and Lauren Sanchez Palm Beach house hunt has come to a close with the purchase of a... Now, how many acres do you think that $300 million gets you?
I don't know, Mike. Probably not a lot.
2 acres.
2 acres.
2 acres. Non-landmarked oceanfront estate currently owned by another high-profile local couple. Once close and recorded, the price is expected to be $300 million. Here's the truth. There's that. When we ask another local source, the supposed sale, they told us, hey, not true. Howard Stern told Bezos not for sale even at $500 million. So at $500 million, he wouldn't sell that house. Sources close to Bezos, 60, and Stern at 70, also said the rumors are not true. An insider insisted that Bezos is not even looking in Palm Beach after he already bought 3 mansions on the coveted Indian Creek Island near Miami, which cost him a mere $237 million. That's it.
3 properties?
3 properties. That's just unheard of. Well, I mean, the guy's got billions of dollars. He's going to spend it on whatever he wants. And if I had that kind of money, I'd still be afraid I was going to live in a van. You know, that's the weird thing. I come back to that all the time because that's where my mind is. And it's funny because you know the story of Bezos, where Amazon came from, right? Okay. I do know the story because it happened all around me. Where I work, sold Amazon all kinds of products. Bezos' business was originally textbooks. And he was buying used textbooks and selling used textbooks. That's what his business, that's what Amazon used to be. And as the years went by, he started adding some computer products because it made sense. He was selling to college students back and forth. And little by little, it grew into a computer business. And around the year 2000, everyone was worried about the internet explosion, or implosion, I should say. All the internet companies went bankrupt. Well, a lot of them went bankrupt because they were selling things below cost or whatever it was to get their clientele up. And none of them had any money, except Jeff Bezos. We closed credit lines for all these companies because nobody was paying their bills. And we kept Jeff Bezos alive, and he just blew up because he was the only game in town, the only one that had credit lines. And like Best Buy and all them, or not Best Buy, Electronics Boutique, what's the name of that store? It went out of business twice. But anyway, all these companies were going belly up because they got upside down, and everybody around 2000 really had to have money in their account where they were gonna lose their lines. So that is where they came from. That's where they came from. And then he came up with this idea where you could sell your products on his website. Who would have thought of doing that? You know, it's like a giant eBay at that point. And he made all his money. He made so much money off of that. And a lot of my dealers, when I was working at the company that I worked at, sold their products through Amazon's website. And they continue today. If you go on to Amazon's website, the majority of the people selling on there are not Amazon. They're just affiliates. Because he's making money whether he sells it or not. Now, one thing he makes them do is they're not allowed to sell cheaper than him.
That's right.
But he makes like, I want to say 20 points off of the people that that sells from him. So he makes money whether he sells it or not.
But they're marketed to billions of people.
Yep, and they're a very high profile. So as long as you don't get lost in the shuffle.
How do you get to the top of the list? Any more points?
I don't know that because I sold to them, but I don't know. I don't know. But
there's got to be some mechanism that you get to the top of his list.
I just know that he makes money whether he sells it or not, as long as it's on his site. And he makes all kinds of restrictions, like he made restrictions that on returns and stuff like that they gotta replace it, or there's all kinds of things that they have to do to comply with the system. So it's really fascinating. He was a smart man. He was in the right place at the right time, and he survived the crunch when everybody got shut down. So I got to watch it grow. So That wasn't one of my accounts, but several of my accounts sold through them, and they were buying huge amounts of product. So, but then you know who my biggest account was? It's an account that everybody knows, at least people of our age know. It was a magazine when we were kids that came out, and they sold a little of everything. Not to us, but to our families. You remember a company called Finger Hut?
Oh, yeah.
That was my biggest account. I was doing $10 million a month with them in computer products. Finger Hut.
Yes.
And they made a lot of money off of poor people. So they made money when times were bad because they financed everything. So if you wanted a computer, you could buy a computer that's $1,000 computer, pay probably $1,200 when it's all said and done, or $1,300, but they financed it for you. You could have a real nice computer for cheap. That was one of my top accounts. I never would have guessed it, but when they told me I was getting this account, I said, what do I want that account for? I found out why, because they were selling tons of equipment. I never would have ever thought of it. It's crazy. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, by the way, that rumor was not true. So he did not buy Howard Stern's place. In fact, Howard Stern just spent $20 million upgrading it. I mean, after all, it was a measly $300 million house. Why would he, that piece of junk house, that shack. Oh, this is interesting. I don't know who this guy is. There's this guy named Meek Mill, and I guess he's a rapper, but I found it interesting. He bought a Hummer, electric Hummer, and it almost killed him. It says, new Hummer EV almost killed me. He's going to stick with Tesla. And I found that interesting because I love my Tesla. I've never had a car quite like the Tesla. And even the cheap Teslas are quality. They all have a 5 out of 5 rating at the NHS National whatever it is.
Safety.
Yeah, safety thing. So I think that it's really a cool thing that they actually put out a good. All their cars are 5 out of 5, and no car manufacturer ever had that. So I found that interesting from that perspective. But this guy ends up buying this. Now, first off, I know about the Hummer EV, and it weighs a whole lot more than my car. And my car weighs a lot. And people, my brother used to say, "Oh, I'm going to have a Hummer," because he thought the Hummers were the coolest car. And I was like, why would you want a Hummer that gets like 6 miles to the gallon? But the new the Hummer, the new EV, gets about 250 miles to the charge, which is not good, because you're going to have to charge. Like my first Tesla got about 280 miles, and I hated it because I loved the car, but I didn't like the fact that it was getting that low of charging. But it says here he is regretting his latest auto purchase. The Dream Chasers rapper posted a video of his new Hummer and evidence that it's as sour as a lemon. Back in March, he posted a flick of a wrecked GMC, but recently revealed how it happened. He claims that the brake pedal broke off, and the car even started driving on him while it was in park. And he shows this picture, and it looks really horrible. I mean, the car looks like, and that thing is a tank. I mean, that thing's heavy, and but it's got a bigger battery than my battery. I think it has a battery and a half of what I have, and gets a lot less mileage. But it says, according to Meek, he barely had the whip for 4 hours, but witnessed several safety features fail on him, including the airbags, which he unfortunately experienced during the crash. GM offered the typical corporate response, requested Meek send him a DM on X and for further info, but Meek moved on to other car makers. And in here he said he went and bought another Tesla because he knows Teslas are safe. You know, all the non-Teslas, the problem is that they're all behind the 8 ball. I mean, they're all like, Tesla has easily 16 years experience on everybody else. Because everybody getting into it now, they're trying to build their gas car into an electric car. Tesla built it from the ground up. So you're not building a gas car into an electric car. You're building an electric car into an electric car. And everybody else is trying to modify their cars, like the Mustang, like the Hummer and stuff like that. They're not getting the mileage.
And the sales are plummeting.
Yes. And it's horrible.
We're not going to meet President Biden's 2035 mandate.
No. Tesla's the only one that's making money, too. Every one of them is losing money because they're out there trying to make their name. And everybody wanted the Mustang when it came out. It doesn't get the distance that my car gets, and it's not even as fast as my car. I see them on the road, and I just laugh because a lot of people spend a lot of money on those cars, and they look okay, but they're, it's the name. They're trying to sell the name. So they're adapting the other cars into that, but when they're failing, they're also hurting their own name. So, anyway, if you wanted a car, an EV, you should go to who does it right. The other thing that's kind of cool about them is that Tesla's making their fast charge charging stations available to other car manufacturers now. So the reason I won't go to the other the other charging stations is nobody can charge as fast as the Tesla. Why do you want to spend time sitting there when you can get a Tesla and get it?
Musk wants to corner the market on charging stations.
He's already got it cornered. He's got it cornered big time because nobody else can do what his stuff does. So it's interesting. It's funny, when I went to New York last time, I stopped at a Tesla station, an older Tesla station, and it didn't charge as fast, and I was mad because I was like, why did I come here? It's a lot slower. So I left there and kept on my way because I'm not going to spend time wasting my time just waiting for that. Do you know who Elaine Boozler is?
That name's familiar.
She was a huge comedian in the, I'm going to say 90s. And she was funny. She was really funny. She was recently arrested at a Dodgers game.
What could she do at a Dodgers game?
Because of her purse. So apparently they have some kind of rule on purses or bags or whatever that you carry into the stadium, that they have to be see-through. So you can't carry contraband and stuff like that. And hers just happened to not be see-through, and the people told her, look, you got to either throw the bag away or put it in your car. You can't come in here with this bag being a regular bag. And she said she wasn't going to do that. So they gave her the option of leaving or getting arrested. And she thought, well, I've done a lot of benefits for this stadium. I've done a lot of things to help this, help the stadium do well. So maybe they'll bend the rules. And they weren't willing to bend the rules. So it says here, comedian Elaine Boozler says she was handcuffed and nearly thrown into the slammer after showing up to the Dodger game on Sunday, claiming the whole debacle that led her to the arrest was centered around a handbag. The 71-year-old writer broke down her side of things for the alleged incident, saying she wanted to check out the Dodgers matinee matchup against the New York Mets, but was stopped by, in her opinion, a power-hungry stadium security guard over a baseball-themed purse. Boozler said she was refused entry because the item didn't meet the venue's clear bag policy, and she was told she could either take it back to her car or throw it away. Boozler didn't like the idea for a number of reasons. For most notably, she felt she should be getting special treatment for all the free work that she's done for the team over the years, like singing the national anthem, participating in their celebrity softball games. And they show a picture of the purse here. It has a baseball glove on it, and looks like a baseball. The actress said that she continued to raise a stink, and when she was told she'd be arrested if she didn't leave, she replied, "Fine, arrest me." Sure enough, Boozler said she was cuffed and taken to the Dodger Stadium offices to be formally charged with trespassing, and she waited for 2 hours to learn her fate. She cracked jokes that that didn't really land well with her audience. And it says here, despite the tough crowd, Boozler said officers were nice throughout the process, which she chalked up to white privilege. Ultimately, Boozler said she was told she wouldn't have to go to jail if she left the stadium, which she agreed to. She called for a ride and got out of there. But they cuffed her, and she even had marks on her wrists where she was cuffed. And
put them on too tight again.
Yeah. After all, she's a criminal, you know. You'd have to worry about her being 71, you know. I think it's funny, but yet, I mean, I kind of see their point. She was being a little, maybe she should have just, came up with, agreed with it.
When I go to football games here in Cincinnati, it has to be clear. The Cincinnati Reds, you do not have to have clear.
Oh.
I'm waiting for them to make the switch.
Huh.
But the football stadium must have clear in the football stadium.
Interesting. I didn't realize that. See, now I never had, because I don't carry a purse, I wouldn't know. Although,
but I take food into the stadium. In Philadelphia, you can't take food into the stadium.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
But Cincinnati, you can still take food into the stadium because I don't want to pay ballpark prices. So I take a sandwich and some soda or a Gatorade or something. I take that in. And so I have a bag, and it's blue. It's blue. It's not see-through. But that could change any year.
I guess I understand it because you never know what
you can take in a gun. You can take in because what they do is they spot check.
Okay.
They don't check everything. They don't go through everything. They spot check.
Wow.
I guess they look at you and see if you look like a terrorist or not. If you don't look like a terrorist.
Well, I know Boozler looks like a terrorist for sure. I'd be. Here's something that's interesting. Groundbreaking ceremony for a high-speed train from Las Vegas to Los Angeles. Do you know about this?
No, I didn't know they had.
Apparently,
I know it's the bus for California.
Apparently this is a new thing, and I think it's really cool because, I mean, these things are in Japan all over the place. So it's kind of cool that we're actually getting on board with this thing because, I would love to. I'd love to have something from Harrisburg to New York that got me there in a short period of time. But, that's not always the way that it is. But it's kind of cool that they are starting to look at things like this as feasible. And, I mean, as expensive as that thing was, I guess that's probably one of the biggest. I mean, this was designed by, I think, a Japanese company. It's built on their bullet train. See here. There we go. Okay, there we go. It says federal transportation and union leaders gathered in Las Vegas Monday to drive spikes into the symbolic rail, marking the beginning of construction for a $12 billion high-speed rail line that will link Las Vegas and Los Angeles. People have been dreaming of a high-speed rail in America for years, or for decades. It says here, Brigantine West, the only private passenger rail company operating high-speed service in the country, is expected to build 218-mile inner-city passenger rail system between Las Vegas and Rancho Cucamonga, California, where it would connect with Los Angeles' existing regional rail system. So, it's $12 billion cost, $3 billion of which the Biden administration greenlighted last year.
Well, he's big in rail.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's because when he was a kid, his family helped build it. So back when it was the Western area, good joke. Yeah. The trip's expected to take slightly longer than 2 hours, with trains traveling as fast as 180 miles an hour, which sounds pretty good, pretty fast. I see something, though, where it's going 180 miles an hour and somebody switches the rails and two of them go crush, Ooh, kind of scary to me, but hey, they do it in Japan.
I'm waiting for you to show me the big story of the day.
Well?
Biden's uncle was cannibalized when he flew over Papua New Guinea, crashed, and he was eaten by cannibals.
That's, okay. I didn't know anything about that.
The nice thing is it didn't happen.
Okay.
He crash landed in the ocean. Those died first. 3 crew members died, 1 survived.
Wow.
But he said that he was eaten by cannibals. Now, they have to send a delegation to Papua New Guinea because Papua New Guinea is throwing up.
Now, when was this? When did it happen?
Just happened. It happened the other day. It happened Monday or Sunday.
Wow. Well, the big story I have, I don't know if it's equal to that or not, but Florida man set himself on fire outside of the Trump trial.
Yes.
And he died. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's what he deserved. If you're going to, is there anything in the world that you would do that for?
To be honest with you, it's better.
Yes.
Because the pain you go through in a burn.
Yes.
It's just better.
But just out of curiosity, is there anything in the world you would set yourself on fire for?
Not me, I'm scared of fire.
I mean, I look at that and I think, man, you must have some kind of conviction of something that makes you want to kill yourself for him, for anyone. It doesn't matter who it is.
What do they say the reason is?
Okay. The reason is the Donald Trump criminal trial, man declared dead, so it says here, the man who lit himself ablaze outside Trump's trial courthouse in New York City has died. Max Azzarello was rushed in critical condition to the hospital Friday after he doused himself with flammable liquid and set himself on fire outside Manhattan criminal court, where jury selection for Donald Trump, his hush money, was winding down. And he says he's a conspiracy theorist. He died that night. And it says here, before carrying out his self-immolation, the Florida resident reportedly traveled to a Soho hotel where he booked a room, then went over to the park near the courthouse and threw a bunch of pamphlets into the air while shouting incoherently before putting his deadly plan into motion. He has this. Here's the CNN reporters were present for the shocking display of flames engulfing him, filming it with all their cameras. And here's his manifesto. My name is Max Azzarello, and I'm an investigative researcher who has set himself on fire outside the Trump trial in Manhattan. The extreme act of protest is to draw attention to an urgent and important discovery. We are victims of a totalitarian. No, well, it says yeah, that's it. Totalitarian. That's how it's pronounced. And our government is, along with many of the allies, is about to hit us with an apocalyptic fascist world coup. Or coup, I guess it is. So,
he's definitely a conspiracy.
You got to be, you have to really, really, truly believe. There's not anything in the world I would set myself on fire for. Nothing. I can't even think of one thing that would be. No, there's no way. Yeah, it says these claims sound like a fantastical conspiracy theory, but they are not. They are proof of conspiracy. If you investigate the mountain of research, you will prove them too. If you learn a great deal about Ponzi schemes, you will discover that our life is a lie. If you follow this story and the links below, you'll discover the rotten truth of post-truth America. You'll learn the scariest and stupidest story in the world history, and you will realize that we are all in desperate state of emergency that requires your action. To my friends and family, witnesses, and first responders, I deeply apologize for inflicting this pain upon you, but I assure you it is a drop in the bucket compared to what the government intends to inflict, because these words are true. This is an act of revolution. Last March, a billionaire named Peter Thiel started a bank run on Silicon Valley Bank. I knew enough about Thiel that I found this incredibly suspicious. My hunch was that this was intentional, though I didn't. This is by the way, this is quite a long thing. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but just the idea that. Yeah, just the idea that I can't even imagine someone. There's not a single thing I could think of that would make me want to light myself on fire. Not a single thing.
I have a friend who's a conspiracy theorist. He has been, what's the word? Shut down. It's not the right word, but shut down by Facebook at least 50 times.
Oh man.
He's a flat earther.
Oh, those people. Yeah. I don't understand.
He's my friend. I love him, but he's a nut.
Yeah, I don't get it. I can't understand how these people. How can you live like this?
How can you live like?
Yeah, I mean that's just. Even if any of those were true, I still wouldn't shut myself. I wouldn't burn myself up. There's just no way. I don't know.
I think I could think of a faster, more painless way to die.
That would be okay. I mean, I don't want to die anyway, so it would take. I mean, it would. I wouldn't kill myself for anything.
And you already suffered through a devastating loss.
At that point, I thought about it, but I couldn't. No, I couldn't. They were.
I couldn't hurt my family.
Well, that wasn't a concern of mine because I wasn't talking to any of my family at that point. I just can't even imagine. I mean, if I was deathly ill and in a lot of pain, that would be different, maybe. But even then, I don't know if I could do it. So that's something that I don't know. I don't know what the mindset of these people. I mean, if they believe in an afterlife, maybe they really believe in it. But even if you really wanted to kill yourself, fire's not the way I'd do it. That would be the last one I would probably think of doing. I wouldn't want to survive if that were the case.
There's more than conspiracy theory going on with that guy. There's probably mental illness going on.
Yeah, I don't know. Those
it
people
might come out that he's under treatment.
Well,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Like you said, it's good he died because I don't know. I just can't imagine. That just is just it's hard. It's the wrong way to go about doing things. Because even if you believe in an afterlife. If you don't do it right, you're going to have to live that way. But I just think that there's no way I would do that. I couldn't think of, I couldn't, I mean, I've been at the point several times in my life where I felt I didn't really want to live on, but I didn't also want to die. You know, it was like, there's what's worse, because if you're right and there's an afterlife, they don't really want you to kill yourself. And if you're wrong and there's no afterlife, you're done. And if you're right and there's an afterlife and you don't do it right, you're still alive and in a lot of pain for the rest of your life. So I don't know. I just can't put that together. Doesn't make sense to me. So anyway, well, it's after 10. I got some good stuff for next week. Trying to see if there's anything that's time sensitive. No, it doesn't look like it. Most of the stuff is just stories that can be any time. The one that was time sensitive was the guy setting himself on. Oh, here's interesting stuff. This is not time sensitive, but it's a good one to end on, I think. Conjoined twins from Berks County die at 62. This is just...
I guess when one dies, the other dies.
Yeah, apparently on this particular case, that's the case. But the fact that they died at 62, and the fact that one was a male, one was a female, and they're conjoined at the head. Oh man, I was thinking, how horrible of a life would that be? And they both got their own degrees from college. So I was thinking, how does that work? Because like they had their own brains, and they had their own organs because they were conjoined right at the head. And I was thinking, wow, that gives you a whole different perspective on life. You're sharing your whole life with that other person. You had no choice on that. But they're from from Berks County, which was interesting. And they were told they wouldn't live to see 30. They made it to 62. Yeah. So, yeah, kind of a weird thing. It says conjoined twins Lori and George Skripell, who pursued different careers, interests, and relationships during their lives and defied medical expectations, died this month in Pennsylvania, according to the funeral home. They were 62. The twins, listed by Guinness Book of World Records as the oldest living conjoined twins, died April 7th at the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania, according to the obituaries. When we were born, the doctors didn't think we'd make 30, but we proved them wrong, according to Lori, in an interview when they turned 50. Now here's the kicker. George came out as a transgender in 2007. I mean, I'm slightly amused by that because they're together all these years. He couldn't tell his sister that what he was feeling, or could he? Maybe she knew already. I don't know, but how do you?
Maybe she knew for years.
Maybe she did, but how do you? But like at that point, does it really matter what kind of clothes you're wearing when you're conjoined? I mean, a lot of things came to my head. I'm like, I don't have any problems with transgender, but I just thought the well, I mean, transgender is a frame of mind too. It's not really what you dress like. It's how you feel. So, but I just was thinking that's kind of to come out at 50. I think at 50 I mean, he probably knew all his life and couldn't talk about it, or didn't really. I don't know. It says they had relationships.
57. They died at 62, 57, so that's 5 years ago.
Well, no, that was at 50, I think, that they told, but that was
50?
Still 12 years.
before it became acceptable.
Well, yeah. But the thing is, it says they had relationships. How do you have a date? Or
the other partner has to have a date. You have to double date.
But even so, I mean, where they're conjoined at, they're almost right on. Their mouths are inches apart. So I mean, I was thinking the other day when we were talking about. I think you were on this. You might have been on this call where the conjoined sisters. The one married a guy, and I was thinking, was that cheating? I mean, a lot of things run through my head when I think of conjoined. I think, man, that's got to be a horrible life to have to, like, you can't live your life because you're attached to somebody, and you can't feel like it's not like they were two girls, like at least the other one were two women, but they were actually conjoined at the chest. So I don't know. It's just kind of weird things thinking about that. I was thinking what a horrible way to have to live your life when you're stuck with you're like this, because you have your own feet, your own body and all that, but you're just conjoined at the head. The logistics are mind-boggling to me. So yeah, weird to think about. It says the twins said in a 1997 documentary that they had different bathing schedules and showered one at a time. The whole, Oh, it says at the age of 24, they maintained their own residence and traveled extensively. It just still blows my mind. I can't imagine.
Well, they must have spent so much time in each other's residence. They decorated different.
Or maybe it was they had their own residence as opposed they were together and had a residence versus being with their parents or something. Maybe.
Oh.
I'm thinking that's probably the case. But they both graduated from a public high school. They took college classes. George went along for 6 years, and Lori worked in a hospital laundry, a trophy-winning bowler, according to the obituary, and gave up the job in '96 so her sibling could launch a country music career. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I didn't read the whole article, so this is I'm finding a whole lot of other things.
Better have liked his voice.
Yeah. Well, and if he played guitar, man, all this thing is just amazing to me that they could live in that situation. But I mean, they made it work. 62 years. I mean, most of my family died at 50, so they outlived most of my family. Oh, that's crazy. Anyway, all right. I guess that should be it. Yeah, I kind of think that was an interesting story because I never would have seen that coming, especially 62 years. I don't have any friends that I've known for 62 years. So, all right. I guess that's it. Got to pack my stuff up the rest of the way and get myself ready to go.
We've been together since way back when. She's gonna be over again. We are still the one with something new. Still the one that's gonna see you through. You're still having fun and we're still the one.
Be there any earlier because what I do for a couple hours in the middle of the night. So I figure if I'm there an hour early, I'll get a parking space and walk down to wherever I got to walk. So, anyway, all right. Thank you for coming on the show. And I'll see you next week.
Where'd you learn to serve?
Oh, I didn't serve, but if your spouse, parent, or grandparent served in the military, you can join
That's not what I wanted, though. That did not work. I don't know what.
USAA.
Yeah, Mike.
Now I got to wait a few seconds and figure out where I'm at. That's not my clip, though. All right, where's my clip? one clip. We need the other clip. All right. I hate when that happens. I thought I had them all set up. Okay, so here. Wonder what happened to that clip. So I need my videos. And I gotta figure out where my exit video is, my outro. Oh, I had it. Somehow it went to another place.
T for Tuesday.
Yeah, we had a lot of those today.
I think this one's operator error.
This is an operator error, I think. There is outro. That's it. Okay, so that one should be the one.
See you in a week, Mike.
All right. Take care, and I will talk to you soon. So, this is it.
We've been together since way back when. She's gonna be okay again. We are still the one with something new. Still the one that's gonna see you through. You're still having fun, and we're still the one.
Drinking warm water before bed balances blood sugar levels and reverses type 2. Thousands of people are apparently regaining control of their blood sugar every night as they sleep by adding one unusual ingredient to a glass of warm water before bed.